One trying to start within the 7 to 8 time slot. It's a little hard to do on some days rather than others, but we are ready to go. Olaf, if you are here, your time has come, and I appreciate you being here if you are. Um, but I also feel rather bad because, of course, you are such a patient and dedicated viewer, and I always betray that trust. Or does it trust? Whatever word counts. In any case, I am very much looking forward to doing some more House of Light tonight. As I say in the title here, it may be time for cake. No promises. There are going to be a few things that we get done in the early beta. And again, I'm hoping the sign in the top left corner and the title and all of these other factors go into play. I probably won't read the introduction because it's not been all that long since we've played it last. But we are playing an early beta. I will still say it. Like, we are playing an early beta of House of Light. Weather Factory very kindly sent me along one of the beta keys along with all the other testers. Now, I'll have to confess, because I haven't been making that much progress in the new content, we've seen some of it, but because I haven't been making all that much progress inside of it, I really feel like I've not been that good of a tester. But I do also think it's good to play the game as I normally would. And, you know, I'm hoping that I can maybe make up that. Well, two things I can hope I can make up. Number one, I hope you are all enticed to wishlist and buy this. And then number two, I'm hoping that on sort of the back end, once I'm really getting into the meat of this DLC, I can try and make up the time with some solid reporting, at least as well as I can, at least as well as I can handle it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about where we are in the playthrough. I actually don't know why I'm hanging on to Watchman's Paradoxes. We should have researched that right away, so we'll get that now. Acquire Watchman's Paradoxes. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. We are in summer, the Grail at her greatest, so this is an opportunity for me to hire a barber if I so choose. So that would be 2 moth and 1 rose. Now the challenge here is the rooms that I need to open are moon or nectar, heart or nectar, grail or nectar, edge or grail, heart or lantern, forge, lantern, or sky, edge or heart, and finally heart or sky. So nothing really, there's nothing there that really screams, okay, we have to make something of the season. So the other thing that I can do, so there's a few tasks that I'm working on now. I think we do still have some books to catalog. So if I have any leftover elements of the soul, cataloging the books should be the priority. I also have some books that I can read, and there are some books that I've put in the oh, hang on. Right, I had a 4 pile and a 6 pile. So something that gives me Ragged Crossroads, that's a plus, right? I don't yet have Ragged Crossroads. Humors of a Gentleman gives me Sky Stories. Oh, I don't have Sky Stories. I guess one of these gives me, yes, Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the Foulness of Their Depraved Customs. So this would be one that theoretically I can read, but maybe I don't want to because I'm already getting something with Sky Stories in it. And the reason why I'm holding off on doubling up some of my books is that I would like to make some choices in terms of what I commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. I basically want to try and work out a path before I go too far on my commitments. Although again, I am going to need to start doing that because we're hitting the limits in terms of what I can read profitably. So number one, if I can, I'd like to read books that give me skills that I don't already have. After I finish those, or once I've kind of accomplished everything that I can along those lines, the next priority is to catalog the books, because that will potentially give me, you can see that as the second order to getting the skills, getting some certainty in terms of what those books offer through cataloging them is, to me at least, the obvious next step. And then there's actually quite a bit that we can study inside of the house. I've really not been following up all that much in terms of describing the various objects in the house. I've been reading the items throughout the house, but I'm trying to remember the last time I sort of considered a particular item. Another thing I'd like to do, if I can, is just make some of the different sort of refreshments. So brew the Dawn Lion coffee, brew the Caterin Hero second flush of Sam. Basically anything that I don't already have turned into like a pot of tea, I want to turn into that. But before that, I also want to open up these containers. So maybe we should put the bronze knife in the kitchen. I don't know. We don't have a drawer to put it in. Something for me to think about later. So I think at this point, the other thing I'd like to do, incidentally, is I'd like to try and find a use for this occult scrap. So it has Knockmoth and Rose. Unfortunately, we don't really have any Knockmoth or Rose texts that I want to read. So the next step, of course, would be to try and use it in some sort of ingredient. Actually, maybe we can try that right now before the weather comes. So we've got this Shrine to St. Januarius, which has Rose. And I think Preliminal Meter would be one we can work with. Now, under Devotion, let's try and do what we can to sort of maximize the Rose that we have here. So yes, we could add the salt sign. And under Remembrance, we could probably use the Aglaophotis scented candle. So short of the 10 that we would need to do something special, but maybe we have a 2 Rose. Yes, Pearl and Tide. All right. So if I want an Enduring Reflection, I can... Now, obviously, I'm giving up a lot to do that. I don't really want to give up this Aglaophotis scented candle. However, if I got an Intuition, that would be something that I could get the Enduring Reflection from. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yet, anyway. All right, I think that's it for the Rose skills, but the Occult Scrap also gives us Moth and Knock. Now, this is also a Knock Shrine, so let's see if we can... Now, we don't really have a Knock element of the soul to use here. So under Devotion, we're really short on Knock. The Sacrament Ascite would be interesting to use. I guess we could do that with the Foundry, actually. It's just a little chance for me to add some things. All right, Curious Hunch. Again, I'm very reluctant to give up the Sacrament Ascite for this, but it's still useful to sort of know what our options are. Now, I don't think we have any Knock glass, metal, or stone. Okay, well... I do think I have Glassfinger Toxin, though. Yeah, so maybe if we just find something... let me think about this. So the piano... well, the piano won't take a liquid, though. Maybe. But then it will want matter. And I don't think we have Moth Orchid to put in there. So we're sort of back to the same problem with Knock. this doesn't take liquids at all, so that's a non-starter. This is only moth or knock, so that doesn't work. I think I'm out of luck in terms of clever tricks to play it at this point. We'll have a few more options as we open up more of the house, but... Alright, well, we'll make do. Wait, I want the thing that'll take the liquid, so... Alright, so we have the Curious Hunch, we have the Edict Liminal, and I don't recall if there was another knock. Oh, yes, we've got a few here. Okay, Amethyst Ampule. Now that's one I want to keep an eye on because Amethyst Ampule would be something I can actually put in the metal slot. Lockworks and Clockworks also gives me an Amethyst Ampule. And Great Signs and Great Scars. Okay, so last thing we want to do is figure out what we're going to do with Moth. Now, I don't think we have that many Moth workstations. I think our best bet really is that piano. So if we add the Tryst, we could also add the Fet for an extra Moth here. We add the Occult Scrap. Memories only, I'm afraid. So what kind of mothy things can we get up to? Not a whole lot. You know what? A better option for me would be to take the dispensary, because then I can mix that with a liquid. I don't know... Yeah, a lot of nectar here, not much in terms of moth. There's plenty of mothy things in Hush House, I just haven't engaged with them yet. I need to remember that this does also give scale. Sylphea, wonderful to see you again. We're a little bit earlier on in a Book of Hours playthrough. This is the early beta of the House of Light expansion, so I know there was one that I did on the Agonalia of Janus. But that one is still pending in terms of being continued. So again, we've made some progress in Hush House. I don't mean to imply that it's a fresh new save, but now is not a bad time to ask questions if you are so inclined. But I also know that you may be at work and so unable to see the screen. Either way, though, I really do appreciate you coming into chat. And for those of you not familiar with Sylphea, Sylphea is a wonderful Australian broadcaster, somebody I met through Dendrian's channel, but does a wonderful broadcast on their own and plays a variety of games, but I seem to keep running into the channel during my time at Sandrock. Yep, completely fine. Well, you don't need me to tell you that it's completely fine, but completely understand. Just wanted to, where I can, because I know this is a game that you are interested in, wanted to at least extend the... Oh, Sandrock's done! I'm sorry, I missed the grand finale. But yes, I did, because I know this is a game that's potentially on your to-play list, or at the very least your interest list, I always want to extend the invitation to ask questions or see more about the game. Finally, yes. You did not need to pass the game down to the generations to see the ending. All right, so let's try and make something with this moth. So I did have to give up the one moth with the extra element of the soul, but I think that's a fair trade. Not so sure I have any mothy remains though, so we'll probably leave that one empty. We'll still put the occult scrap in. That's what's prompting my investigations. Okay, name day riddle from Sacralamea. We will try Edict's Liminal. Another name day riddle. Leaving and not working. Also a name day riddle. Okay. Nothing I would really want to, overturn the balance that I found here, but still informative. So I think we're going to wait for the season before we move ahead, because it seems to me like we can at least read The Humors of a Gentleman, and maybe more, but I'd like to see what the weather brings before we commit to anything. Cloudy day. All right, so I do want to see if I can do something with my occult scrap. Okay, Westcott's compounds. Tanglebrag. Not really. I can sort of force out a couple of things, but I'm not that excited by the options here. So, let's get reading, I think. So, Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. So for that, I believe we have Apollo and Marsyas, which should give me 2 heart and 2 sky. And we'll use the Tryst for that, because we know the Tryst is quite hard to get back if it winds up in Afflicted. So I have already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now moving on, we've got our Fet, our Health, and our Whist. So one of these we'll be using to make some money. Another thing I might want to consider would be some gardening, but I did sort of say that my priority right now is to get the cataloging done. So I'll probably apply one of the Whist here and one of the Fet, which we'll do now. So Vagabond's Desk. Let's catalog the baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then we'll also use one of my Whist, remembering that the other Whist is going to actually, you know what? We can catalog even more, and then I'll just use my Health. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And finally, we'll use the lantern aspect of the Whist to catalog the Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So we'll wait for the sheets to... Oh, we have an auction opportunity already. So the 7 Faces of Icarus. This is a 4 sky text, which costs 3 tally. So that would clean me out as far as Spintria are concerned. And yet I think this is a reasonable trade-off. Because I think we'd probably want to be getting the card of anybody who visits anyway. So... And I do not believe we have Furs and Feathers yet. Fresh, clean, dry. Manual labor. There is not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. So today's mostly about... oh, you know what? Sorry, I should have left an element of the soul for actually reading the book. That was my bad. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms, Watchman's Paradoxes, that the amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. Oswin Meow, lovely to see you again. I was so happy that you got to stop by when we were doing Disco Elysium. I know I will never do that game justice the way that you did when you streamed it, but I was delighted that you got a chance to catch some of the early stages. Much like Selphea, Oswin Meow is one of the people who, as much as I can, I take the opportunity to kind of break my my fast of Twitch. Oswin's a real-life scientist, very smart, very interesting for it. Actually, Oswin is somebody who left some comments on the YouTube videos, and we've had a chance to sort of either talk during the stream or during one of her streams. Just an overall interesting and thoughtful person, and a lot of that really comes across during her streams, although I will also say it's quite a delight to watch her play Helldivers 2 with friends. So definitely another variety broadcaster, somebody who has a lot of very admirable qualities as a broadcaster, but also somebody who I'm very happy to see, mostly just because of the association with the Secret Histories, and well, a few other reasons too, but just overall somebody I'm always happy to see in chat, and somebody I'm always happy to have participate in chat. I hope you are doing well. All right. So again, we're still taking a few cautious steps through the day. I am going to need to restore an element of the soul so that I can actually read the book, but Catalog of Dawn period book. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. This is the Shaven Lock Tantra, a 6-moth mystery, so that might actually be good for us with Rites of the Roots. So if I think of this off the top of my head, so we've got the Tryst, which is good for 2. We have Sacralamea, which is good for 2. So if we just use something like an impulse, that should get us through to that should allow us to read the Shaven Lock Tantra and get Rites of the Roots. So that'll be a reasonably high priority for the next day. I am not going to move to another room yet. I'll recover my whist. Excuse me, a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Oop. And we've got Prophecies of Glory, religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. So I don't think I have a shelf for 8s yet. Maybe I do. That was the 10 shelf. This is the 12 shelf. We do have 8s. Cool. And the Wound Wounds, an 18 Killisimi text. I'm going to need to find a new place for these. Okay, again, I'm hoping if I can to... Actually, yeah, this would be a good use of the occult scrap. We don't don't generate an impulse. We use the occult scrap, and we use the Tryst and our Sacralamea to read Shaven Lock Tantra. In fact, I'm slightly inclined to restore that at the Sweet Bones. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. So there's the storm. That's what we need the skull for. Unfortunately, I didn't plan things out quite properly. So in 1 minute, we'll get our whist back. And then I'm also going to spend some money to get the Tryst back, which will be in about 70 seconds. And then from there, we'll use Strathcoin's card in the writing case, so we'll have another occult scrap to work with. And we'll be ready to receive another visitor. Okay, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Now, the thing is, like, normally I'll just cycle through the health over and over and over again so that I can just not sort of sit and twiddle my thumbs for the rest of the day. I'm not that desperate for money. So in this case here, I'm willing to restore the Tryst, and then I'll restore the health immediately afterwards. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So once we get the Whist back, we'll use the Pale Desk for this with the Storm and Anburian Lapidary. Once I have access to the well, I'll also possibly, I'll sort of rest more with glasses of water, but right now it's actually hard for me to get water back, so I'm a little more reluctant to take advantage of that. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, let's get reading. So, the Humors of a Gentleman. We'll take the Storm, take the skill. I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. It actually occurred to me I didn't need to go so far as to try and get a Storm. I could have actually just used even a Solace, and from there I just add the Astrolabe, but it doesn't matter. We've got what we need. I should also remember when it comes to the Sun's Lament, I do have the Saw now. Now the drawback is I don't really have anything that gives me two... I don't have any memories that give me 2 edge. I have Fear, and I think Menascate Reflections, yeah, both of these only give me 1 edge, so I'd kind of be relying on luck. Although maybe I should be relying on luck at this point. Okay, now I don't think I have an explicit Moth desk. Okay, so I'm going to want to combine this with Sacralamea. Well, this works because we get the moon for the Tryst. Sacralamea. Not clouds. Oh, bad luck. Okay, that makes life more interesting. So Ava's desk seems like it would be a candidate, but I can't add Sacralamea there. So if I just consider it on its own, I can't remember if... I think I can study books without a desk. I just don't get the advantage of a... Yeah. So we add the Tryst, we add Sacralamea, and we add the Occult Scrap. There we go. Moth, choice. I can master this mystery. Hey, no worries, Oswin. That's how I normally watch Twitch streams. I am always happy to see you, but I never... Like, being happy to see people never is a... I never take attendance. It's just nice to see the familiar names. Alright. Note Strathcoin's address for what you might call an occult correspondence. But will they come when you do call for them? Alright, so I am looking forward to trying to call a few of these people, although I am also going to need to think a little bit about... Ooh, should be restoring my health. I'm going to need to think a little bit about, one, how I make the... make the inks for the invitations, and then second, I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I make the... make all the goodies for people. So when it comes to a... Oh, actually, we only tried it the one time, so we've got... just keeping in mind the different rooms that we can do this with. So if we want something in the garden, we can have a total of 5 guests, although it feels appropriate. I know they don't have interactions for the villagers, but it feels kind of nice to invite a villager. We can at least bring Mr. Kill in. So we basically get our choice of 4 guests. So for here we have Strathcoin, who needs at least 5 scale. Serena, who needs 3 forge. Schaller, which needs 3 nectar. Agdesis, which needs 3 sky. Douglas Moore, which is 3 lantern, and Eason Fekri, which is 3 heart. So I suppose in terms of simplicity, it would be Eason, Douglas, Agdesis, and Schaller. So, well, Schaller and or Serena. And of course, we could add all of these people if I was so inclined. And then, of course, what I would need is I would need something. I would need to serve something heart. I would need to serve something lantern, something sky, something nectar, and something forge, which I don't know. I actually don't quite know how the whole serving thing works. So that will also be a little bit of an education as well. Again, we're working towards making all of these ingredients, but I feel like I have a bit of work ahead of me before I can really make this all sing. All right, we've got the 7 Faces of Icarus. That's a pretty easy one for us to read. Then we'll make some money with the health, and I will then do some laundry. Better now. Manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Now, if I timed this out a little bit better, I would have tried to use the health for something... Well, anything, really. Like, I would have tried to use the health to catalog... Or, yeah, I think I could catalog some... Well, actually, cataloging maybe wouldn't be the wisest thing, but... you know, doing some gardening, reading a book, any of these different things would have been better, but the timing just didn't quite work out for me in this case. Okay, The Humours of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Sunn, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino is taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So, gossip and sky stories. So let's find... I can't remember if we have a gossip shelf already. I don't think so, but I want to double check. Nope, there it is. We're not quite ready to commit sky stories, but we'll get that when we can. The Shaven-Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lord that even the shape-changing Vanaras rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change is truly begun past the 3rd mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair. The Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle at the of the Hunter's Gate. So writes the roots. That's a helpful one just because of its options in terms of gardening and impulse. So again, good news all around. I don't remember if we had an impulse shelf or not, so let's just take a look. So this is all storage. Storms, intuitions, gossip, confounding parables, patterns. This is languages I don't know. Regrets, fear. I never remember this one. I think it's... Well, if that's fear, this would be foresight. Hindsight, Salt, don't remember what the Velletri, Stolen Secrets, Solace, yeah, and Cheerful Ditties. So we don't have an impulse shelf yet. Let's put it here. No! Okay, Sky Stories. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I should also take a minute here. So this gives us Sky Stories, so I'm going to move that to the Don't Read Me Yet section. And then the True History of Valentine de Wolf will also go to this section. So once... Okay, so barring any sort of changes in terms of what we can access, these will be the last two for me to catalog. And then sort of once we exhaust, I'd say, this shelf and this shelf, that's when we probably start thinking about what we can commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. All right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Sky Stories, the Nine Winds Gossip, and sometimes we can listen. Should probably pick, so I've got Gossip, which is good for Rose and Grail, and then we've got Impulse, which is good for Moth and Nectar. Now, I actually don't think I can keep either of these. Yep, because we're in the wrong bed. All right, well, a little bit of a shame, but I don't have too much. The Impulse might have been nice, so with the one Nectar, if I wanted to read Fekri's Herbery, we could take the one Nectar from the Impulse. We could add a health to that for 2. Then we add the... Okay, so Impulse and health 2. The Mortar and Pestle 3. And then we get up to 5 with... Rites of the Roots. So I'm still 1 short, but presumably there we would... Well, actually, at that point, I guess we wait for a rainy day. So, Rites of the Roots, the oldest hours of the gods from blood who rose from sacrifice. That blood was always spilt on the roots, and the rites of its spilling are still remembered. So we'll see what the weather brings tomorrow, I think, before we go too far. Oh. Do I want to... Yeah, I still want to do the laundry. I really should have done that much, much earlier, but... Oops. Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. We're definitely going to have to wait a while before we can use the Sweet Bones, but... It's my fault. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, like I said, we're going to wait for a little bit to see what the weather brings. Alright, another cloudy day, so that kind of frees us up for anything. So first thing I'm going to do is catalog the last couple of books. So with that, we will grab one Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. From there, we will also use the Whist to catalog something. So this book was, well, we read that already. So let's also use the Tryst to read Apollo and Marsyas again. We could also read something with Solace, but honestly it doesn't really matter one way or the other. And then eventually we'll use the Whist to earn some, well, I guess it doesn't really matter what I do. Because we're not going to be opening up another room, I think let's start on one of these packages. So the Slim Parcel. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. So I kept the health here just because I know I can combine that with the sky when the time comes. And we'll think a little bit about which of these books I can successfully read. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So we dodged a bullet here. This is the Chionic Theoplasma, which would have affected my tryst and my health. I think we've already got a couple of Theoplasmed books. Oh, these are also in languages I don't understand. There we go. So let me deal with this quarantine a little more effectively. Oops. Okay. I'm sure we're eventually going to have to extend this, but from there, I'd kind of prefer to keep the books roughly in the same spot if I can. Okay, so this is Chionic Theoplasma, this is Keeper Skin, this is Witchworms, and this one is Actinic Theoplasma. So don't go to the upper levels if you want to borrow a book. These levels are fine. The Ivory book, that's in Fusine, so my overflow... Well, this is easy. We'll just put it over here. And fresh, clean, dry. All right. So this will just restore the Whist. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. We'll also use the FET here. We'll use that to open up another one of the packages. The other thing I'd be willing to do, so we have the Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, so that will get me Edge, Knock, and then it has a few of these other Lantern, Edge, and Knock. It has a few of the other properties as well. But if I can use this as an ingredient in something, I would be willing to. I'd be willing to use it just because I can brew another cup when the time comes. Okay, we just read this text, so I'm going to skip over that for now. But we can now use the Health, Memory of the Storm, Anburian Lapidary. We'll read the 7 Faces of Icarus. I can master this mystery. Domain Reveline. The Revelines abandoned their lands, and yet someone is still making this wine. So I could put this in the... Well, actually, yeah, we can put it here because we do not yet have this on the shelf. So we have 3 more packages to open, and then a few more books to read, but this is the point where I'd maybe want to start working out where I put things on the Tree of Wisdoms. The difficulty here, of course, is that when I do that, I'm going to basically kind of pause the game and actually sketch out all of this stuff. So I've been a little reluctant to work this out until the last possible minute. So, help with others. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So the ideal for today is going to be I bring back the FET so that we open up this package, and then by the end of the day, hopefully I'll have a Whist available that I can open up one of the containers in the forge. But if it doesn't turn out that way, that's fine. We're sort of at the mercy of some of the weather to decide what our next options are. Okay, let's open up that package. What ship lost this? So Debellus Mirorum's pretty unlikely. Fecris Urberi is quite likely. In Journal of Walter de Wolf, we do have bells and braziers, and we do have a pattern, but I don't have metal. So we'd be one short. Although again, I think it's worth taking a shot. If it's something like, you know, one off, I think that's worth taking a shot with. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we'll bring back the whist. And I don't think I will have what it takes to get another package open. We'll see. A tall parcel, tightly wrapped in oilcloth. The Seven Faces of Icarus. In the early 1530s, the last abbot of St. Brendan's, called Roaring Richard, set down his conversations with the illiterate local cunning man, Red William. For some reason, I did not make the connection to the fact that it was the last abbot of St. Brendan's, and then the same Red William was the one that put the curse or prophecy on the de Wolfs, so I'm particularly interested in this one. Red William describes the 7 forms in which he goes about and under the world: viper, cat, fox, eagle, dove, boar, and crow. Abbot Richard ingeniously fits all of these into a framework of solar belief. So these, I think, I'm trying to remember if crow counts, but I believe these are all related to the dancer. According to Abbot Richard, each of Red William's forms is closer to the sun and is increasingly winged with virtue. Richard draws an analogy with the waxen wings of Icarus. Hypocrisy and false virtue will melt before the sun's heat, and so sincerity and untrammeled expression of the self are the utmost piety. It's worth noting that only a year or two after Richard wrote this book, John Tregonwell was so appalled by the debaucheries of the monks of St. Brendan's that he recommended the monastery's immediate dissolution. So, fear and furs and feathers. Okay, well, we definitely have fear that we can catalog. That's regrets, fear. Here we go. And we can take furs and feathers, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And I don't really want to... I'm not quite ready to throw this all in at once, but just so I can give myself a dress rehearsal of how I would try and advance my edge. So I don't think furs and feathers has edge. Yeah, so we're back to the old problem of Meniscate reflections and auroral contemplations. So if I had an element of the soul that had edge, we'd be laughing. Maybe we just wait for the hail. Olaf, lovely to see you. How are you doing tonight? Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Furs and feathers, beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. So scale and sky. So not too much left for us to do today. We're just really just cycling through the whist and the cash. I decided to go for the money just because I was going to be doing the laundry, but I don't know if that was the right call. So 3 items to open tomorrow. No new books to catalog. And again, depending on what the weather brings, we may change things up, but I think what I'm going to do, maybe we leave the 2 whist aside, I'll use the Tryst and the Fett to open 2 items. Well, actually, I can only open 1 at a time, so that's kind of already decided for me. I still have a lot of summer left, so it'd be nice if we had a storm come in, because we could open up the gloomy room. All right, let's get that laundry taken care of nice and early. Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. I can keep the fear overnight if I'm so inclined. But I think that's it for the day. So I'm happy. These are one of the cases where I'm willing to speed things up a bit. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Something tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Rain. Okay, so this is one where we wanted to make something of this. Oh, but I don't think I have a nectar desk. I don't have that much in terms of grail desks either. I think it's really Ava's and that's it. So that means I can't use Rites of the Roots. Okay, so this is 2, this is 2, then we'd have the 1 for the health, but that's not enough. So my alternative would be... There isn't really a grail thing that I need right now. But it's a shame to just leave the... It's a shame to just kind of leave the weather hanging out like that. So what I think I will do... I'm going to read a book for the Impulse. We'll read the Shaven Lock Tantra. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I'm gonna work at the Sweet Bones with the Whist. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So yeah, this is a bit of a risky move that I'm making here, but it's one that I think will pay off in the long run. So the idea here is going to be that I'm going to read I'm going to read Fekri's Herbery, and I'm going to do it with my consider verb, which and I'll do it with the impulse. So what I'm hoping for is either the weather or memory to boost it. Now, if it doesn't work, I'm potentially going to affect my health. But again, just because I don't have a nectar desk. We would if we had the 3rd floor, but that's going to be a bit of a challenge to open on its own. So we have a dark marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrows seriously. This is a marrow with secrets. So raw, this might be edible, but you wouldn't serve it on a plate to a guest. Wonder what other things have the raw. Okay, so 5 seconds before we're done with the impulse, but I'm still going to wait for it to finish. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, the Shaven Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanarus rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once change has truly begun past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair, the Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. Okay, showtime. So, we'll take Eason's Herbery, Fekri's Herbery. We don't use the Rain, we use the Impulse. So we'll take our health and we will add Rites of the Roots. So this is 4 of the 6 that we need. Perhaps you provided Nectar, but not enough to match Mystery Nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So what we're hoping for is either a memory or a weather. And if we don't get those, it's quite possible that we are in for a tough time. There's still a chance. So we've got Extra Effort Soul. That won't help us. Out the Right Skies Weather. We've got it there. And Ubi Sunt. Where are my Kingdred? Where is the Giver of Treasure? Where is the benches to bear us? Joys of the Hall to bring us together. So we got lucky. If we had used Rain, this actually wouldn't have worked. But so no soul. There's still a chance. I guess I should be using... you know what? That's most of the day already spoken for. So I should have used the Basket of Clean Linen, but I wasn't thinking. So that's fine. We're still down. We're still got a book dealt with. So that's not. I'll take that as a win for today. I figure a relaxed game like this, I probably shouldn't be as twitchy about the all the different things that I can make. Or about using every day efficiently. Thinking of something else. Fekri's Herbery. The early wisdom of Eason Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, much later Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle. As a Scaptodon, Eason may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he is best with root lore. Eason identifies a pale seaweed found on the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought of as unwise for a Scaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Locks suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brandkrug. Could have read that better, but we made it through. All right, herbs and infusions. And I think this is actually my first satisfaction book, so let's see. Storm impulses, intuitions, gossip, confounding parables, patterns, regrets, fear, hindsight, salt, stolen secrets. Okay. Not quite. You know what? We'll make this its own shelf. So if we get a good storm today, or sorry, not today, but if we get a decent storm, I think we can probably, I probably would open up the gloomy room. Actually, it may be my only option too. No, that's not true. So if we had a storm, I could take, so 4 heart would make it 5. 6 with the cake bowls, and then we could feed them some pears or something like that. Okay, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Herbs and infusions. Pluck it, powder it, mix it, warm it, drink it. But not that one. Sorry, just 1 second here. Okay, let's see. We will open the box of rarities or oddities. Let's open the oddities first. A tiny treasure of forgotten things. Perhaps there's a real oddity in here somewhere. And you know what? Given that I'm restoring my whist here, I think what I'm going to do instead, I'll take that whist and I'll open the other box. Because then that'll give me some options in terms of opening, or in terms of reading the various books. Probably we'll try the Sun's Lament. So yeah, I could turn this into money, but let's learn something. A witching tisane to mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul. That's just barbaric. Let's at least keep that in the kitchen. Or not kitchen, the servants' hall. Okay. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. So once the sun falls, I think probably Memory Fear is the one that I want. We're probably going to make a try for the Sun's Lament. Or do I? Because we do have the... We could wait for the weather. I don't think we get edge from any of these other things. I know the satisfaction's not going to get me anything that I want, so let's do... We will do fear here. But I do think I'm going to need to start making some choices about how I want to proceed. Through the house. At the very least, what I'll do is I'll open up the possibility of. I wonder if I can fit this on a shelf. Yes, I can. So this does provide a little edge, but not enough to do what I really need. Hello, Cured. I'm having a good stream. It's always a good stream whenever I'm playing Book of Hours or Cultist Simulator, but it's been Book of Hours lately. I hope your workday is uneventful but not boring. Yeah. Okay. I think I have a rough idea in terms of what my next steps are going to be. So we're out of packages to open. We have a few books that we can read. Like I said, I do want to try and make the most out of what I have access to. I'll maybe do a small audit of the text. So for instance, things like the hissing key, basically anything that I have, like heart, winter, moth, rose, those sorts of things, I might do a quick audit just to make sure that I have the potential to read them. Tiring, if anything, you're on day 6 or so. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, I think I have an idea in terms of how we're going to spend the next couple of days. So I'm going to, there's two things. I'm going to take a small break just so I can refill my tea. Mint, for those of you who are curious. So possibly not tea. Tisane for some of you. I also kind of need to go to the bathroom. So, but we'll see what the weather brings first, because that's going to decide how I spend the day. Okay, a sunny day. So this has some implications in terms of the books that I might attempt. I don't think it's going to be enough to push me over in terms of sky or something like that, but I want to be sure. And then, of course, I might want to try and craft a few things, but what I would do, actually, one thing I can do is just do a little bit of organization. So let's say lantern and scale. So Grail is not as high of a priority. Nectar is a little bit higher. Forge can be like Grail. Heart's definitely at the start there. So I think you can see a little bit of the logic in terms of this loadout. So Wrapped in the King is not as... in fact, Wrapped in the King should be a high priority because that gets me 2 Nectar and 2 Scale. But yes, it says 8, but I've got Quenchings and Quellings, which gives me 3. So in practical terms, that's more like a 5. So if we have 3 Quenchings and Quellings, and then 4 in terms of health, so then we need to ask where the other 4 comes from. And the answer there, potentially, is a Storm. But even then, if I were to combine the mixing bowls, then I just need one thing that would give me 1 heart. And in fact, if I had Core, that would almost be a guarantee in terms of opening up Wrapped in the King. So that's one of the reasons why that would go higher up. Now, it is written as a little bit harder. In this case here, we really just have the scale from health, and then, we have whatever we get from our skills. In this case, Horns and Ivories with its 2. So that would give us 3. Then we add the tool, which is 4. And then the question is, well, can we make up the difference in terms of memories? Well, the fear would give us something there, but, it's kind of the same argument as saying that we could read the Sun's Lament. So maybe we'll want to try that first. In any case, all of this is stuff that I can sort out over the next couple of days. I'll see what we can do with the sunny day. If nothing else, maybe we can try and make a few things. So I am, of course, looking to make certain inks so that I can invite some people. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'll try to keep this a shorter one. I think I need to refill the kettle in terms of the in terms of the tea. So it might be a little of a longer one just while it goes to a boil. But maybe that's a chance for you to make your own tea, or otherwise take a stretch, take care of yourself. I will be back in a few minutes. Until then, I don't know, enjoy some ads, will pay the rent. Hello, McCasey. You were waiting for the break screen, and now I'm taking it away. I'm so sorry. All right, sorry about the delay. It did take longer to make my tea than I was expecting, but we're back. And I might have lost the audio in one of my headphones. Just give me a second here. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's back. It's a little hard to tell because you get to hear the sea go between the two different headphones. All right, so we were working out what we want to do with the weather today. So in terms of options that I have as far as as far as taking advantage of that weather, we could take our whist, we can take the sunny day, we could add auroral contemplations, and I can add the mirror scope. So with that, we have 6. And then the other thing that I could say, I could actually try to go up to a level 8 lantern work. Oops. So something like Prophecies of Glory. Now that gives me Watchman's Paradoxes, so that would not be a good idea in this case. Actually, that more or less clinches it for me. And essentially what I would be doing is I'd be relying on taking something like Revelations and hoping that I would... basically, I would be hoping that we get either a weather or a memory. But again, if what I get out of that is Watchman's Paradoxes, we already have that, and I'm not quite ready to start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms yet. So, as an alternative, I'm going to start taking a look at some of the different things that I can make. So, we don't have a lantern here. We don't have a lantern with the Madrigad. We've not yet opened the church. So I guess that leaves me with the Flood Gallery. So Whist will give me lantern here, sunny day. We'll add the auroral contemplations for a start. And then it's a question of a substance and a solution. So we get quite a bit of lantern from Xanthotic Essence. In fact, we can use it to make Xanthotic Essence. And then I can try throwing in a little bit more lantern. Well, the Ichor Vitreous might be nice, but it doesn't quite work here. Tanglebrag, I guess, gives me something, but that's really only 1 lantern. I wonder if we can do better. Maybe not. Okay, well, there's a lesson. So now we're going to just see if there's... so at least we have Watchman's Paradoxes. Actually, looks like that's the only other lantern. Okay, so we know we can make... In terms of lantern, we know we can make Tanglebrag or Xanthotic Essence, depending on how much... Tanglebrag, Xanthotic Essence, or Eigengrau. Depending on what I want, how much I want to commit. The next thing I want to do is see what I can do with Sky. So we can do that with the Shrine to St. Januarius. Now, we don't have Faust, so we don't have as much that we can apply for the... in terms of Elements of the Soul to boost up the aspect that we're looking for, but we have something. It would actually be a little bit better if I could somehow put the Awakened Feather in. That doesn't fit. The Awakened Feather counts as remains and material. There might be something I can do in the Forge. Let's see what I can do with Devotion and Remembrance. So I don't think... Actually, the Hurricane Lamp would probably work here. Oof. Yeah, we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of Sky stuff I can use. Okay, let's see if there's something I can do. Honestly, I don't really think... Yeah, okay, that's already a non-starter. Alright, I'm not too hopeful for seeing what... Well, I guess we can see with Sights and Sensate. Well, we already know that can make an Awakened Feather, so... That doesn't really give me anything new. I'll still add the Hurricane Lamp. See, that's a thing, but the thing doesn't really count here. I suppose the better way for me to put this is that we're not so short on... Yeah, we're not so short on things that have sky. We're short on things that have sky that I can put in this area. In fact, it might even be slightly better for me to just do the Stargaw link, because at least I can get the two... Yeah, you know what? I'm probably not going to commit it, but at the very least we can learn a little bit about the different skills that we have, so... Stargaw link, Sunny Day, Whist. So yeah, Awakened Feather. Okay. Wistful Air is interesting. Okay, Dirty Lens. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate these, but I'm not entirely sure I want to give up something to make most of these happen. So I guess the only other thing I could investigate... No, that's doesn't work. Okay, so let's pretend that I want to make something lanterny with this. So we've got Eigengrau. Actually, Eigengrau is not a bad option. We already have some in here, but that does get me something, which is more than I can say for a couple of these other options. Yeah, I don't really want another Tanglebrag, so Eigengrau it is. Distill a kind of possibility. Auroral Contemplations with Prentice level Lantern creates Eigengrau, or for a Scholar level recipe, mix in another liquid to produce an alchemical essence. Alright, next up. I think... I'm willing to roll the dice on Wrapped in the King. So let's just get a quick idea of what this looks like here. Okay, yeah, so... I'm gonna double up my opportunities here. So we'll read Apollo and Marsyas. And then I'll also I'll read the Perugian Diaries in this case, just because there's no doubling up if I wind up bringing in a follower. And then here I'll make some money. Although again, I do want to remember to go to the Keeper's Lodge, or so I had to restore an element of the soul in the Keeper's Lodge. Okay, so in a minute we'll start reading Wrapped in the King, and hopefully we can get a little something extra out of that. I suppose if nothing else, we're up the extra Eigengrau for today, but that's maybe not the biggest... Like, I should probably be getting a little more ambitious with the day's work. One thing I would maybe normally do is start gardening. So Sea Blessed Pears are something that I'm really looking to stock up on. But on the other hand, I just have other things that I can be doing. In this case, Wrapped in the King is something that is actually useful for me to get. So I don't want the opportunity to slip by. And again, if we get a thunderstorm, then all bets are off. We'll try to either open a new room or we'll use that for a more potent book. All right, there's our storm. The surface of this substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it wasn't there at all. I can't believe I can fit 2 of those in there. All right, the Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Olopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Olopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We've agreed to part almost amicably." Olopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of this journal is concerned with the studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering the farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So, let's try Wrapped in the King. Cake time. Perhaps you've provided heart, but not enough to match mystery heart. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So we have a minute before we'll find out if we succeed or not. And I'll be sad if we don't. Sadder if the heart winds up cursed, or afflicted, but that's a separate problem. Also, I want to remember what Cater and Hero... Holy hell, there's a lot more in here. So copper wire, glue, ham, Evening Isles coffee, Dawn Lion, Choir of Paper, Scintillate oil, Oscillate oil, Umbrus oil, Assam tea, Lapsang tea, sugar, butter, potatoes, milk, flour, and dripping. Cool. And Naveen parchment, arsenic, desiccated witchworms, Schloss Janning, Strathcoyne whiskey, Roscragan whiskey, Domaine Reveline, Lambig, Broslende, Armagnac, Dees, or drinking cocoa, pheasant, plums, beef, and almonds. Gives me more reason to spend money. All right, relevant furniture, so that should still push us over. Weather or soul. So yeah, I really need to rely on relevant furniture or I am hooped. Better now. Actually, I don't necessarily know that I have any heart furniture, so let's see here. Oh no, yes I do. It should be the Treasury of Shelters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I do also like this description. The treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. It was very rainy today, and I actually wound up walking in the rain, so I appreciate the treasury of shelters. You had a very hard early game, and almost all the books you read were like that. Yeah, it's an interesting challenge to run into. I've definitely had some cases. This is actually one thing that drives me nuts about playing this game in public, is that I'll run into some cases like, so I've played, I've obviously played in the beta, I played sort of my first runs, and for whatever reason, I think it was Nectar or Scale books, it was one or the other, but they always wound up being very elusive for me. And inevitably, you always wind up with one person's like, well, Nectar books weren't hard to find in mine. And it's like, okay, great, but I'm not playing your playthrough, right? Like, you know, your individual experience is your own. It does not invalidate a thing that we all very clearly can see on the screen here. So, I don't know. Like, I really don't know what is added when people say stuff like that, but they really seem to want to add that. So, all I can say for you, Waiting Sleeper, is I empathize. I don't think I've ever felt really blocked when it comes down to some of the books that I've had, but I definitely remember having a start where there were a lot of like level 8 books and wondering whether or not it was a question of just, you know, if the game was pointing me towards being a little more aggressive on the Tree of Wisdoms, which admittedly I'm very reserved when it comes to the Tree of Wisdoms, or maybe I was just unlucky or whatever. I do think the game is sort of balanced with that in mind. I think that may be partly why there are different periods. I think some periods have, you know, tougher books than others, but you know, you can still wind up with some very unlucky draws in the first few rounds. And the only thing that I can say, because I feel like there've been a couple of comments that ask about this, and the only thing that I can really say to people is that, like, if you really think about it, especially in the early stages of the game, the ability to read books is almost unrelated to your ability to open rooms, right? Eventually what you wind up doing is you start getting some elements of the soul, or so you wind up getting some skills that will allow you to, make some more potent memories that you can use to sort of enhance the people that open the rooms. But that's not really necessary in the opening stages. And that's really kind of the only, I don't want to say defense, but the only real guidance that I've ever been able to offer people. Not that you were asking for guidance, of course. But what I do tend to find is that where the opening of the game can sometimes give you a few more options, right? Like sometimes you'll just read a whole bunch of books. Sometimes maybe you'll go into the different rooms. If you get those kinds of unlucky draws when you start, it can be you're really sort of limited to opening up those various rooms. And then at that point, if you don't know about the special visitors, or you're reluctant to use them, or whatever reason, you can wind up you actually wind up feeling pretty stuck pretty early on. Or at least that's my experience. I should have read that description. Stretch my legs and change my point of view. Okay. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries at the cults of Isis and Sybil, but includes both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So, we are very familiar with what comes out of this one, the Earth Sign. In the tracks of beasts and the convolutions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An Earth Sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. Oh, and 2 drums and dances. Well, that sort of plays around a little bit with my plans. But maybe the time has come for me to make some choices here. So I'm going to delete this Stolen Secrets and put this in here instead. Alright, acquire drums and dances. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Do you have a favorite skill, like one that you like to get if you can? So this is actually going to be the first playthrough where I put some priorities towards different skills. I guess I already put Quenchings and Quellings up to 3, but that was just because that was my initial skill. I am slightly... So in terms of things that it gets me, I'm actually quite partial to Edict's Martial because of its ability to give me the Old Wound as well as the Wormwood Dream. I feel like that's a pretty good one. I also quite like the Ink skills. And that's just because inks become so useful in the game. Now, again, there are other things that you can get with inks, but I think probably Edict's Martial and Edict's Martial is probably the one that I like to level up quite a bit, just because of what it can potentially get me. The Wormwood Dream with six moons and 6 winter can be quite powerful, both in terms of opening rooms, but also in terms of getting books. So if I had to say one, probably Edict's Martial. Also, I'm just a naturally violent person. Drums and dances. The first musics were not made by mortals, but taken from Sandcoil and Sea Thorn, from Flint Heart and Dragon Womb. Okay. So there are a few nice to haves. I don't know if I want to risk a Numa in terms of drums and dances here. So I think what we're going to do... I'm going to open up an Excel sheet. And for those of you that don't like it when the game is on pause while I'm working stuff out, I am sorry to say this is going to take a little while for me to sort out, but I'm going to be making some plans in the... I'm going to be making some plans for the playthrough here. So, skill. Oh, that's a good one, McCasey. Yeah, the Chronsochord. Actually, you know what? I actually always wind up underusing the Chronsochord. Okay, so Quenchings and Quellings is Hushery and Preservation. Sacralamea is Horamachistry and Hushery. Auroral Contemplations is Illumination and Nyctodromy. I really should know that already. Oh, that's interesting. There's a lot of love for Lockworks and Claw. Actually, I'll also be honest, the Gervanite is quite helpful when you want to take care of the pumps down below. Snow Stories is Birdsong and Hushery. We've got Anburian Lapidary, which is Horamachistry and Ithistry. Oops, sorry, I did that in the wrong order. You know what I'm going to do? So I don't normally like using the wiki for this, just because I like, using my own. I kind of like using resources that I've written for my own. But one small drawback with the way that Book of Hours works is that when I move out of the game, I get my desktop back. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm just going to take a look at my Twitch screen to get all the names of the skills, and I'm actually going to go onto the wiki just to fill in the rest. Like I said, it's not something I normally like doing, but this will make it a little bit faster for the purposes of streaming. So edicts liminal, living and not working, edicts, inviolable, preliminal meter, mysteries, sights and sensations, sea stories, sorry, 1 second here. Where were we? Pearl and Tide. Pearl and Tide, bells and braziers, horns and ivories, demets and precursors, pyroglyphics, glass blowing and vessel crafting, ices and savers, skate reflections, mirrors and solutions. Yeah, for me, I've always liked to try and rely on things that I've written down for myself. It's just sort of that idea of sort of making a very customized playthrough for myself. And especially because my notes are actually imperfect, so it's always kind of fun to try and recall. But again, I'm a little conscious of the fact that even doing this is a bit of an ask in terms of some of the people watching. So we will be getting to the Tree of Wisdoms in a little bit, but I do want to at least have some information that I'm going in with that I can refer to. So essentially, I'm just using the wiki as a shorthand. Anything that I don't have written down, I'm not going to use out of this. Not that I think there's anything wrong if you do, but from my understanding, the original plan for the game was that, or like at least in terms of how the developers thought it would be played, was that people would not necessarily try and take every single skill. The only thing that doesn't quite make sense to me about that is that it's not clear what you get out of the sorry, I'm spelling terribly. I think the problem is that how are you supposed to know what the results of the skills are if you don't learn them? So like to me, I've never really thought about how I would play this without like reading the skill. And yeah, like the thing is, Everwaiting Sleeper, like everyone plays this way. I think this was just a case of the developer learning a little something about their game as they were developing it. But now again, I could be misunderstanding. There have definitely been times when I've misunderstood something that the developer has said before. So this is again me speaking to the best of my understanding. I'm obviously not trying to speak for the developers. I'm obviously not, and again, I could be mistaken in terms of what they were saying. Yeah, for me, like the obvious question is like, well, how would you know which skill you want? Like you could obviously double up a whole lot of information. So anyways, just going to the wiki now. So under skills, best bet for me is if I sort this alphabetically. It just never felt punishing to get. Yeah, and I don't think the mechanism that this game would want to use for encourage, like I think this is the sort of game that would want to try and reward the quote unquote correct behavior as opposed to punishing the wrong one. But on that note, right, like there's an implied punishment in the sense that if you don't actually get all of the skills, you're potentially going to miss out on certain like crafting recipes. Now the thing is that I've never actually sat down and worked out how all the different skills sort of interact. So it could actually be that in terms of getting certain things, like you're always going to wind up with this important core that you'll always be able to rely on. That is a possibility, right? Because again, developers live with their game. There's very little that you can tell them, or there's very little that you can say that they've not already thought of. Obviously, I don't mean to be, there's an old kind of a joke about economists and the way that they think, where, you know, there's two economists sort of walking down the street and there's $100 bill on the ground, and one of them goes to pick it up and the other one says, don't bother, if it was worth anything, someone would have already picked it up already, right? And this is kind of a bit of a joke on the efficient markets hypothesis and things like that. If you don't know what that is, don't worry. You're not missing out. But you know, that is a little bit of a like I don't want to fall into that kind of I don't want to fall into that kind of thinking, because like clearly the creators of games don't know everything, right? There are some games that can be improved. In fact, there are games that are improved after they see people play the game and they learn something about how the game works. And that's one of the things that's very nice about playing games today, which is that you have developers that have the means and intention of adding more and more to the game. A friend of mine actually just texted me. This is somebody who used to not game until I sort of started propagandizing them at work. And they said, you know, have you checked out the new No Man's Sky patch? It looks really good. And I said, you know, I'm kind of looking for an excuse to play again. But obviously, you know, this is not the type of reaction that people would have had to a No Man's Sky thing once upon a time, right? Like for a long time, that was sort of a byword for failure, unfairly in my opinion. But, you know, obviously that was a very popular opinion. So, you know, this idea that, you know, developers have this perfect understanding of their game and that there's nothing that the players can tell them is clearly mistaken. But I also think it is very fair to say that there is, and I've given feedback like that. I'm the worst for giving feedback like this, right? There is sort of the layer that I see as a player, and then there is a very deep set of systems operating in the background that a developer has designed and very carefully considered. And very often, if I'm making a recommendation, my recommendation will not be considering the overall system. And so, on the balance of probabilities, usually the thing that a player recommends is not quite there. But again, just my own perspective of the game is that if it was originally built in such a way that you know, that players would not get every single skill in the game, to me the part as a player that I didn't quite follow was that how would I have known what recipes I wanted I would have gotten if I had not tried to get those skills? And then the answer potentially that's waiting there is to say, but I put all of this effort into designing, you know, the types of things that you would get so that you would always wind up with these certain skills that you need to progress inside the game. To which my answer would have been as like, oh man, like I wasn't even thinking about, you know, that. Like I was always just thinking, ooh, I might lose something, right? The same way that like when you play the modern Doom, you don't collect grenades. You get a cooldown on grenades because everybody knows that players have a tendency to hoard stuff. So in the case of Book of Hours, I hoard knowledge. And I mean, let's face it, right? This is a game about storing and accumulating knowledge. So I also think just it's more consistent with some of the ideas in the game. So, but again, like I said, it's possible I am misunderstanding what the original intention for the game was, and I just or misunderstood something that the developer had said. But if that was true, I think that's actually a really interesting difference between how the game was thought about at when it was first conceived versus the game that came out. Have a good one, Kieran. Thank you for sticking around. Okay, so I've written down Desires and Dissolutions, which has the Bossk and Horamachistry. We've got Drums and Dances. So that's also the Bossk, Horamachistry as well. Health and Metal. Whoa! 2 at once. Wait, block. No, ban. You fool. Jesus Christ. There we go. I don't know. For those of you that were looking to build your channel, I'm sorry to take away the deal of a lifetime. Okay, Edicts Inviolable is Horamachistry and Preservation. With the amount of skill that we get later, makes you feel powerful, makes you happy, so I like the way things are. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways that it works. The only thing for me is that, like, because... So, I don't think I was spoiled by the start of the, like, by being able to do the beta. But the thing is that that process of trying to get as many skills and elements of the soul... I kind of got that out of my system when I very first played the game. So to me, it's like not that big of a deal to go in and just hoard a bunch of stuff so that I have the options when, you know, when it comes time to make these decisions, right? And that's actually one of the reasons why I did a different kind of hoarding this time around. The idea is really more about... I am trying to sort of chart that optimal path through the Tree of Wisdoms. And, you know, I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but in this case here, like, I wanted to try and say, okay, now that I'm sort of forced to put down some, now that I'm sort of forced to put in some decisions, I want to see if I can... You know, if I can, one, get some elements of the soul that I need, but on top of that, that what I do commit for those early levels are ones that I'm kind of okay not leveling up. You know, that in the end, I'm leaving myself as many options as I can for future improvements that I'll be using to get to higher and higher levels. And then what that's doing is that's sort of allowing me to make some decisions later on. Like once I've got my level 9s all over the place, then I can start saying, okay, so I'm going to start moving a few of these things to, you know, I'm going to start moving some of these things into the other branches so that I can, you know, I can maybe get my top level element of the soul, or I'm going to start moving this to this other side of the branch because I like this text and this is kind of how I want to shape this character. And again, I'm not going to be working purely with mechanics here. Where are we? Whist and Shapt for Lockworks and Clockworks. But my first priority here is just to try and so what I'm basically trying to do is I'm trying to get 9 in everything with the smallest number of sort of entries possible, and that'll be one of the first things that we try to work out here. So we've got the Bossk, Nyctodromi, Health, and Fet for Pearl and Tide. I'm halfway through the list here. So Pentiments and Precursors is Bird Song, Skolakosophy, Core, and Arab. Preliminal Meter is Illumination and Ithistry, Faust, and Whist. Pyroglyphics is Illumination, Ithistry, Metal, and Whist. Quenchings and Quellings is one of the ones I already did on my first round, but that's Trist if we put it in Hushery, and Health into Preservation. Rhyme and Remembrance is Bird Song and Skolakosophy, Trist and Arab. Writes the Roots is Bossk and Preservation. Come on. Arab and Health. Sacralmea is Horamachistry, Metal. Hushery, Trist. Sea Stories gives us Bird Song and Nyctodromi. Core and Shapt. Sights and Sensations gives us Hushery, Nyctodromi, Whist, and Fet. Sky Story, come on. Sky Stories are Bird Song, Horamachistry, Trist, and Fet. Snow Stories, Bird Song, and Hushery, which is Trist and Whist. Spices and Savors is Bossk and Ithistry, Health, and Whist. Spices and Savors is also a cooking skill. Strings and Songs. Where are you? Bird Song and Nyctodromi. So Core and Shapt. Surgeries and Exsanguinations. Hushery, Preservation. Whist and Core. Great Signs and Great Scars. Horamachistry. Hushery, Fet, and Trist. Watchman's Paradoxes are Illumination, Nyctodromi, Faust, and Fet. And then Weaving and Not Working is Birdsong, Bossk, Core, and Health. Okay, that's the first set. So I should have set something else aside here. So I also wanted an idea of what these different skills get me. Size and Dissolution. So actually, you know what? Before I start looking at these skills, here's something I'm going to work out now. So what I'm trying to do here is work out the shortest path through to level 9 for a bunch of these things. So I'm going to take a pencil and just sketch a few of these things out. So if I recall correctly, so one thing I might want to do is try to just go all the way with Horamachistry. So if I go all the way through Horamachistry, that means that I can move over to Ithistry. So that's Ithistry 5 through 9. And then on top of that, I can also use that to move to Birdsong 5 through 9. So that, and like that's a fairly isolated part of the Tree of Wisdoms, right? Like there's not a whole lot else that I can do with these Hello, Nearly Logical. There's not a whole lot more that I can do with these parts, right? Like there isn't a leap over to preservation. There is technically a move over to illumination, but it's at like 2 to 2. So there's just other things that I can do to improve my my movements there. Now, I am slightly inclined to sort of go all the way with Hushery. But let's see if we can find some more examples like the... we can see if we can find some more examples sort of like the Horamakastri one. So I'm sort of noticing here with Bossk, if I move up Bossk, I do have the option of kind of getting a head start on preservation. And like I can try and get a little clever with this stuff. Like I could do 1 in preservation and, you know, move over like that. But honestly, like I think Bossk is not a bad one to go all the way on. And then we can hop over to preservation. So let's say the Bossk 1 through 9. And then that means preservation 5 through 9. So I suppose from that we could do Skolakosophy 2 through 5. Yeah, this is where this actually gets kind of interesting. So I guess it would have to be Skolakosophy 2 through 9, actually. But then that would allow me Nyctodromy 7 through 9. And then from there, I could do 6, 5, 4. Which would then let me do Hushery 5 through 9. And then Illumination 7 through 9. Okay, so in total, that would mean 9 points in Horamakastri. Ithistry 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. Birdsong would be 5. Bossk would be... I'm going to double check that I've got this right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So preservation would be 5 through 9. So that's another 5. Skolakosophy, we'd go to... We'd start at 2, so that would be 8. So Nyctodromy is where it gets a little interesting. So 7, 8, 9. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Then Hushery would be 5 through 9 again. So that's 5. And then Illumination would be 7 through 9. So that's 3. So in total, that's what? 9, 14, 19, 28, 33, 41... 47, 52, 55. Also, I'll just know I'm 2 hours into streaming and doing this in my head, so I could be totally wrong on these numbers. Okay, so I think the Horamakastri, Ithistry, and Birdsong triad is sort of spoken for. So let's say I wanted to play around a little bit. So I have a Bossk at a 1 through 9. That's actually the only other 1 through 9 that I have. So I don't think I can do that much better, but let's imagine here that I went... let's pretend that I went 1 through 9 through Hushery. So for a 1 through 9 through Hushery, we would still be Illumination 7 through 9. And then we would go Nyctodromy, and that would then become... that would become 4 through 9. But then we would go Nyctodromy 7 to 5, so Skolakosophy would be 5 to 9. I don't really see a way that this becomes an improvement. But let's see this through to the end. So let's say we go Bossk 1 through 9. Preservation 5 through 9. Okay, so realistically, what am I doing here? So I'm adding 4 points to Hushery. Illumination's the same. Nyctodromy now becomes... So that was 6 for... Sorry, we started here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's still 6, so that's even. Skolakosophy, instead of 2 through 9, is 5 through 9. Okay, so that's 3 less. So we're still netting +1. Bossk remains 1 through 9. And Preservation remains 5 through 9. Okay, so I mean, realistically, if I want to do Hushery 1 through 9, I'm really only adding 1 more to Skolakosophy. Do you count on the leaps? Yeah, I do. So, like, basically, let's say I am actually kind of partial to the idea of going 1 through 9 on Hushery just because I am playing as the Magnate. It feels a little more, like, in character. But, like, what I would do here is, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9 for Hushery. So then we would move over. So it would be 1, 2, 3 to get to 9 on Illumination, because I do need to get the card, right? And you can see that here, right? Like we hang on, I haven't committed a card yet, so we don't see that here. But if I were to commit a card to Bossk, you would see an empty slot open up here. But anyway, so... Okay, so if this is how I'm going to do it, I'm going to say Horamakastry 1 through 9, Ithistry 5 through 9, Birdsong 5 through 9, Bossk 1 through 9, Preservation 5 through 9. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so Skolakosophy 5 through 9. Wait a minute. Sorry, I just need a second. Okay, I think it's 64 skills plus plus languages. The language, it would be nice to have a language to commit here, but I think that's asking for too much at this point. Okay, sorry, let me work this out again. So we've got Horamachistry, Ithistry, Birdsong, Bosque Preservation, so Skolakosophy 5 through 9, Nyctodromy 4 through 9, Illumination 7 through 9, Hushery 1 through 9. Okay. Hello, Hit People guy. So, with that in mind, this is actually limiting a few of my options. Actually, sorry, there's one other thing that I want to work out here, and that would be, I believe you can get up to 3 pluses on... I believe you can get up to +3, so... okay, so EOS plus EOS. EOS plus. So 2 EOS plus is EOS plus plus, so that's total of 4. So I believe you need 8 elements of the soul to get a plus plus plus. So the reason why I want to look at that, basically, I have 55 elements of the soul that I'm eventually going to need to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. And among those 55, I'm going to need to make sure that I have, basically that I have 8 of the elements of the soul that I need. Now, I already have a few in my inventory, right? I've got 2 Whist, a Trist, a Health, and a Fet. In fact, I can write that down now. So, Whist 2, Trist 1, Health 1, Fet. Ah! And then let's just write down the rest here. So Faust 0, Metal 0, Shapt 0, Arab 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing one. Whist, Trist, Health, Fet, Faust, Metal, Shapt, Arab, Core. Okay. So, sorry, there's one last thing I want to do. I want to see what my language options are. So the level 1, so the big challenge that I have here is that if I want to commit some languages to the Tree of Wisdoms, I'm actually going to have to level them up to make that happen. This is why I'm kind of reluctant to commit some stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. So like the ones that the languages that I would like would be Aracapayan, Deep Mandaic, and Henevek or Kilisimi. I don't know. I feel like that's a little much to hope for, actually. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So, based on the path that I've worked for myself through the Tree of Wisdoms here, the options that I really have for commitments right now are Horamachistry, Bosk, and Hushery. And then there's a slight preference for Hushery because that will give me that'll give me access to Nyctodromi when the time comes. It'll also eventually give me access to, or no, it won't to Illumination because I want to start Illumination at 7. But yeah, Horamakistry, Bosk, and Hushery are sort of the 3 starters. And there's a few things that I want to prioritize in terms of these skills. So I'm actually going to sort this out for myself. So the options that I have for Horamakistry are Anbury and Lapidary, Bells and Braziaries, Edicts Inviolable, Sacrolamea, and Great Signs and Great Scars. And the catch here is that in that order, they give me Fet, Metal, 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 Fet. So Anbury and Lapidary and Great Signs and Great Scars are not really good candidates because they give me something that I already have. Whereas Bells and Braziaries, Edicts Inviolable, and Sacrolamea each give me Metal. And I can repeat that for a few of them, right? So for glass blowing and vessel crafting, these are Hushery, but they give me Whist, Trist, Trist, Whist, Whist. So every single one of those gives me something that I already have, which makes me reluctant to commit something to Hushery right now. It doesn't mean that I won't do it. It just means that I'm a little more reluctant to do that because I need elements of the soul. Right now I'm trying to figure out which of these things is going to give me my biggest advantage. So the last one that I want to work out is actually, sorry, I keep forgetting that I have multiple columns. So quite a few Bosk. So Desires, Dissolutions, Drums and Dances, Furs and Feathers, Herbs and Infusions, Horns and Ivories, Pearl and Tide, Rites the Roots, and Spices and Savors. These give me Arab and Health out of these. Okay, so I'm going to shortlist these to things that give me new elements of the soul. So under Horamakistry, we can get Metal from Bells and Braziaries. Edicts Inviolable. And Sacrolamea. I'm going to take a look at the second phase of the tree. So Sky Stories, Desires and Dissolutions, and Drums and Dances. So Desires and Dissolutions, Drums and Dances give me Metal as well. Now, I'm more reluctant to give up Drums and Dances in this case, just because I believe it gives me a couple of useful, like items, recipes at higher levels. So we're going to do this for Bosk now. So again, I'm really just looking for Arab here. So that would be Desires and Dissolutions. Herbs and Infusions. Rites of the Roots. And Horns and Ivories. Then we'll take a look at the second row for the tree. So we get health from weaving and not working. Now the other thing I just want to stress here is that I don't need to freak out too much about doubling up things like health. But the thing is, right now I only have one skill to sort of double up. So I want to be a little thoughtful in terms of how I'm going down these various paths. I want to try and have maximum impact for these first commits. Okay, so that's the Bossk spoken for. So the last thing that we need to do here is Hushery. This one's going to be particularly painful. Oh, right. Actually, Hushery only gives me Tristan Whist. So I think the answer there is yeah, we're going to leave that one alone for now. Okay. So I have my short list. But the last question that I have out of these is, do any of these wind up giving me some, like, are some of these ones more obvious candidates to level up than others? So I'm going to take a look at the recipes that these give me to make the final decision. Where are we? Edicts Inviolable. Herbs and infusions. Sacrolemea. Rites of the Roots should be here somewhere. Oh, Drums and Dances. And Horns and Ivories. So I remember there's a couple that I haven't actually gotten the full list of recipes from yet. I'm hoping it's not any of these, but... Okay, so Bells and Braziers. So we can get Bitter Black Salts, Orichalcum Wire, and Azoth. And then for Sky, we can get a Wistful Air, Ascendant Harmony, and Didymos. So these are good. Not overwhelming. So I'm going to do a traffic light sort of approach for this. So like yellow is acceptable, green is go ahead, and red is like, I really want to level this thing up if I can. So for Desires and Dissolutions, I remember this used to be one that I actually thought was quite useful. Desires and Dissolutions, so it's Witching Tisane, Ruby-Wise Ruin, Flushed Mommet, Midnight Mark, Pyrus Auracalcinius, and Black Sapphire Wash. So the Numa pair is helpful, as is Ruby-Wise Ruin. So I'm going to give that one sort of a yellow. But I'm not, like, if I have to give up a yellow, that would probably be the first one that I would. Okay, Edicts Inviolable. Now this is an interesting one. This is also one that might be desirable to level up for other reasons, but let's see here. So we've got Heart is Regensburg Bomb, Gideon Soaks, January Sanguinary. Completely okay losing those. And then for Moon, it's Catwink, Solomon's Preparation, and Wormwood Dream. Okay, so this is a perfect example of a green. So that's probably my Horomachistry, but let's see this through to the end. So Sacrolemea is Westcott's Compounds, Nameday Riddle, and Skinshuck Mead. Sacrolemea also gives me the Mazarine Fife and a Didymos, so that's going to be a yellow. Drums and Dances. So Cheerful Ditty, Thunderskins Paean, Swaddled Thunder, and Savage Hymn, Hive's Lament, Sacrament Malachite. That one I feel is a red. All right, so now we're on to the Bossk. So Herbs and Infusions, Regensburg Bomb, Gideon Soaks, January Sanguinary, And for nectar, Thyrsus Cordial, Lethe, and Sacrament Malachite. Now, I guess we already said Drums and Dances was a red on here, so I think I'm actually willing to say Herbs and Infusions is a green. Writes the roots, Ugal Ink, Lethe, Sacrament Malachite, Tanglebrag, Name Day Riddle, and Skin Shuck Mead. That's probably a yellow. And finally, Horns and Ivories. That's Bisclaver's Knot, Old Moment, Houndskull, Secret Threshold, Chimeric Larva, and Sacrament Ascite. I feel that's... If that's not a red, that's at least a yellow that is a microsecond away from turning red. So, we've got a couple of greens already. So I think we had green for Edicts Inviolable, and we had green for Herbs and Infusions. So it seems to me like the decision's already made, but the last thing is I do actually want to do something consistent with what my priorities are in the game. So I am going to read the description for both. So we got the Edicts Inviolable. The Velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the Watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation, and I'm going to freak out on this one. The mare in the tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra, for she has been born many times in many places. The red flower on the Watchman's tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it the tree would fall, as all Horomachists know. That one, that one is hard for me to forget. All right, and then we had Herbs and Infusions, which we were going to put into Bossk, so the alternative would have been to put that in Preservation. In the inmost walled garden of the palace of the shadowless kings in Persia, there was preserved a yew tree older than any other. The king set a beehive in its branches in memory of their forefathers, and they brewed from its flowers a sovereign cure against all poisons. This is the root of all our science, and this is preservation. Or the Bossk, the root and its source. In the innermost walled garden of the palace of the shadowless kings in Persia, there grew a yew tree older than any other. Its root was red, its flowers were black, its berries were white. The kings would leave their girl children overnight in the nest of its roots, in memory of the great mother of their line, and so their daughters were assured health, longevity, and wisdom. This is the source of all our science, and this is Bossk. Okay, so I'm going to be a bit tight-fisted on these, so I am going to commit Edicts Inviolable to Horomachistry, but I'm reluctant to go any further. In fact, I'm tempted to just take Drums and Dances and put that directly into... I'm tempted to put that directly into Drums and Dances because I know I said I wanted to level that up. Okay, I'm not going to commit Edicts Inviolable quite yet. Ah, shucks. Okay. I'm going to see how we are for timing. So normally I would have made money here. Okay, better now. So I want to see what I can get out of Quenchings and Quellings. So let's go to the Alchemist's Glassware, so I can make another Eigengrau. Not my favorite, but we're going to do that. Now what I'm going to do here is pay to get my health back. And that's so I can level up Drums and Dances. So the question, right, is like, okay, you spent all that time working out what you want to do in the Tree of Wisdoms. Why didn't you commit that right away? And it's because I now know a little bit of what my path is going to look like. So for instance, I know that I'm going to want to commit something level 1 to Hushery, Horamakistry, or the Bosk, but there isn't a rule saying that I have to do this right now. What the metal would get me is the Journal of Walter de Wolf, which would get me Doran Wall, and potentially gets me the Windprowled Gallery so I can boost up Denzil. Both of these are good things to have, but we are about to get another... We're about to go into another season, and that may mean that I have other opportunities, right? I have the chance to potentially unlock some more rooms. I have the chance to hire some special hirelings. There are some more things that I can do before I commit some stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. But if I'm feeling constrained, I know, okay, now I have the option to try and, bring in a few of these other things. So, better now. So let's take the time to level up Drums and Dances. Cheerful Ditty. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level turn. This will help its aspects, which will help with crafting, and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. Okay, and yeah, that's that. We'll also rest on Fear. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Okay, the surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it wasn't there at all. Elopolis Distillery. So I think, given that I want to try and... I think if I want to try and wait this out for some languages to commit to these branches on the Tree of Wisdoms, I should probably start bringing in some special hirelings. But then that's where all my savings pays off, so I'm not unhappy with that choice. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, let's see what the weather brings first. Sunny day. Okay, that doesn't give us too much to work with. So it says Traveling Barber, but I think it's going to turn into autumn. So here's how I'm going to play this. We'll do fortune... we won't do fortune telling. We'll add money in this case. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. That's going to take a minute to sort out. There we go. Good to know I can get a last-minute barber, though. Also, so one thing I might want to check on is my ability to get scaly stuff. I think I'm still short. Let me just double check that, though. So we take It Is Written as an example. We would want the Earth Sign in this case. And then Horns and Ivories. Yeah, so we can get 6. So I could get another Earth Sign, but I'm still running a bit of a risk. Oh well, something for me to think about. Okay. Definitely want to see what the new event is. think my better option is to try and read The Sun's Lament. Although there the... Hello, Deluge Daybreak. Good to see you again. It is indeed the Tome of Times. I think you said you're a little familiar with this from playing it before. It's actually a really clever title, in my opinion. By the way, for those of you who do not know Deluge Daybreak, this is a wonderful broadcaster who originally found me through Rift of the Necrodancer, but I've since watched them play Crypt of the Necrodancer and Morrowind, two very enjoyable games. I know you do other games. I just haven't seen you play the other games. But a very, very friendly streamer, someone who's an absolute delight to have in the channel during Rift of the Necrodancer. But overall, just somebody who I really enjoy watching when I get a chance to catch them. So, and this comes alongside Sulfea and Oswin Meow, a couple of other broadcasters who I'm quite fond of. So it's a good night for broadcasters I like showing up. So yeah, I have an easier time reading The Sun's Lament if I have that metal. But I'm going to stick to my guns. So... let's so I'm already using the Tryst. Ooh, this is gonna get scary actually. So if I do Auroral Contemplations and I add the Fear. Yeah, I mean, I don't love it, but let's roll the dice. So I'm going to read another Fear book so I can get that edge up. We'll start with Stolen Histories, I think. Oh, sorry, I was going to explain Book of Hours in a minute. So you had some non-Orwellian tea just now. Oh, so green tea? Yeah, so sorry. In this setting, the Secret Histories, the godlike entities, although it would be wrong to call them gods, are known as the Hours. And so in addition to the fact that there are books of hours in the real world, they're kind of like books of prayer. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it actually says there are, it's maybe if you like drive by a church or something like that, you'll sometimes hear them advertising like Vespers or whatever, but there was like a division of the day, and the Book of Hours were essentially sort of prayers for the different parts of the day. And if you actually look on YouTube, now if you search Book of Hours, you'll probably find game stuff, but there are actually people like looking through old books of hours. So in this case here, it's sort of this nice little nod to a real world like the sort of thing that makes the Secret History setting quite appealing, which is that if you know where to look, or if you have a certain background, these are things that will be familiar with you. But it's maybe not something that is so common that everyone would necessarily understand. It's maybe like one of those, it's almost kind of like a shibboleth that the people who play these kinds of games know about, but the normies don't, for lack of a better phrasing. But obviously, because there are these entities called the Hours in the Secret History setting, that's obviously the direct reference inside of it. So I think it's fun. I know a lot of people complained about Cultist Simulator, saying that it was like, so here's the thing. I think the fault is not with Cultist Simulator. I feel that the fault is with Goat Simulator, because Goat Simulator has absolutely nothing to do with being a goat. Cultist Simulator is an actual simulator, right? Like, it is a game that could not be more explicit in terms of putting you in a, a strange and occult situation and just trying to make sense out of that. And I feel like, people should be getting mad at the simulators that are not simulators, not the game that actually does a better job of holding to its simulator. Anyways, that's my gripe for today. We're gonna hopefully get a new event, and I'm going to hope that I get pokey memories. But what kind of tea did you have, Daily Daybreak? I am enjoying a mint tisane. Or mint tea if you must. I must insist on tisane because we have the witching tisane. To mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul, 2 grail, 1 heart. We also, it's worth remembering, have the Orchard Keeper. So we can add 2 with the earth sign. We can add 1 from the mortar and pestle. We can also add the dandelion wine. I should actually probably be counting this out. All right, a nearby fugitive. The fugitive provides scale, edge, and heart assistance. Someone's taken a room upstairs for the night. He hasn't shown his face, but the village is abuzz with gossip. All right, the things they could help with. The gloomy room. The dim hall. That's enough to work with. I'll hire this one for the day. All right, let's make a little bit of money first. I could offer with help in, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Some Earl Grey with a little milk and sugar, just a warm cup for comfort. Also, I will note honorable mentions, the simulators that try to be actual simulators but devolve into nonsense in the hands of the right gamer. Oh yeah, that I have a huge respect for. I just, I don't, I'm really trying to defend Cultist Simulator rather than sort of condemn the other simulators. All right, fugitive's assistance. Hold your noise, called a terrible voice as a man, started up from among the graves at the side of the church porch. A fearful man, all in coarse grey, with a great iron on his leg, a man with no hat, and with broken shoes, and with an old rag tied around his head. Dickens. So 4 edge, 4 heart, 4 scale, and it's up to us to decide which of these priorities is the highest for us to work with. So we can bring them up to 6 heart with a storm memory, and then it's pretty easy there to add the mixing bowls to put them through. So that would open up the wrecked pantry. Tempting, because that would give us more cooking items. We could also just use the cooking bowls and open them up to the gloomy room. Or if I wanted to try the dim hall, that would actually be trickier. So we could bring them up to 5 with the dim hall, 6 with the saw. And then we'd probably use the tea. Cater and Hero, second Flesh Assam. So the thing about this one is it's maybe not so important I get into this room right away, but it might be helpful for me to get to the threshold. Being hatless really was the ultimate red flag back in the day. A great example of that is what LGIO did to... I have not seen that Daily Daybreak, but that sounds exciting. I've actually never played Farming Simulator. Okay, let's... Sorry, I know I'm taking my sweet time on a lot of this. Okay, so if I've got an Orchard Keeper, which gets me, I think it's 1 heart and 2 nectar. Actually, that's not a question anymore. Oh, it is a question because I've already used up the sweet bones. Okay, I think it's 1 nectar, 1 heart. So, so 1 comes from health for a total of 3. 1 from the bowls for 4. 2 from earth sign, which is 6. 2 from dandelion wine, which brings us 8. And then presumably the Sea Blessed Pears, which we don't have. Right now we have the Misshapen Fruit, but... So in theory, I could bring us up to 9. Which means these 3 are just a question of... Okay, so as weird as this sounds... Yeah, the Gloomy Room is the right option here. Which is good, because we don't need to give the fugitive a saw anymore. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool. Somebody took over the whole town and did ground-raising operations until the whole town was at maximum elevation. Connie Lee! I don't believe we have her in my Rolodex yet. Okay, let's wait till all this resolves and then we can take care of the next step. Okay, good. Sorry, I was like, wait a minute, did we already pass the edge? But we did not. Okay. Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, and warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars and the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between the princes, normally conceived as exotic knocklong, and the widely feared worms. So, that's a new fear for us. What are we up against here? Are you kidding me? This is how game developers tell you they hate you. So unless I get that metal, there's no hope. So I'm gonna take it on the chin. I'm not committing edicts inviolable. All right. The Affair of the Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Ostorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed, one that may be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. Visitors with an interest in moon or nectar mysteries will want to talk about this, so... MCO Constance Lee. Connie has risen swiftly in the Suppression Bureau to the exalted rank of Constable Oculate Minor. Don't get in her way. So we do have a book that will satisfy our curiosity. Obviously, we're talking with the fugitive first. We need to make sure that these 2 people are kept separate. And I think I am going to try and hire the Orchard Keeper. We're going to hire a lot of Orchard Keepers today. Or not today, but in general. But I do need to make sure that I work out the order in which these things happen. Alright, this tool has boosted their aspects appropriately, so we're going to set them to work on the Gloomy Room right away. So the window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through, otherwise the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. So a little weird for me to be using the fugitive this way. Normally I would have used it for other things, but in this case here, the Gloomy Room is actually something that is helpful for me to have, so we'll unlock that. Maybe it would have been smarter for me to actually try to unlock the Motley Tower 3rd floor, because that would have given me a nectar table. I actually really wasn't thinking when I did that, but that's fine, because honestly, if we do wind up with a high-level sky again, we just hire Mr. Kill with his... if we get a storm again, we just hire Mr. Kill with his 1 sky, so the storm gives us 4, and then we just give him the Astrolabe, and that gives us the 6. So this was still probably the right call in this case. Okay, let's talk... this is a tough call, actually. So I could talk with Connie Lee, but we're actually halfway through... I think I'm actually going to wait, because I think it would not be a bad idea to hire the orchard keeper. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, if we try to hire an orchard keeper, in autumn the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offer nectar and a little heart, alternatively add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So let me just double check that I've got this right. If I can use the smallest number of consumables, that would be preferable. So I need 7. So we do health, kitchen bowl, earth sign. Well, you know what? It's not a huge hardship to... Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, this is going to take 90 seconds. Okay. Crap. I should have got more pears when I had the chance. Well, actually, with that in mind, we don't need to hire the orchard keeper today, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to pick some pears. So, rights of the roots. Gather in autumn fragrant pears, soft in the hand. So that's going to take 90 seconds. More or less, that's going to take the day for me. So with that in mind, we'll take our whist and we'll earn a bit more money. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Not today. The mysteries in this have defeated me for now. We get a regret for my trouble. Fortunately, we have not turned my whist into something sad. So, seeing as we aren't going to be hiring the orchard keeper after all, we might as well talk with Connie Lee. So, librarian, I'm here on bureau business. If there is an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So we'll definitely talk to her about the affair of the Friar's Tapestry. Have you heard about this Gladwin thing? Not on my watch. Try a book with as much moon mystery as their moon interest. So I'm just assuming we have one, but... Idiot adepts rushing up north to try some half-digested Kilisimi rite they've got out of the pack of fungus wizards. Whatever happens, I won't like it, so I'm here to look into countermeasures. Okay. C does not regret if I have to, but hopefully we can find a 4-moon text. Hello, Enifix. Maybe we have some cursed stuff? Huh. Oh, there we go. What does not bark? From darkness, darkness. Wish me luck. No, I've played this quite a few times. We're actually enjoying the beta for House of Light. So, keep trying to draw people's attention to the sign just because I don't want people being turned off because of luck. I worked very hard to do the early beta. If you have any questions on it, I can do my best to answer, but I do tend to play quite slowly, so we are at a point where I could theoretically host a salon, but I am short on elements of the soul and the sorts of things that I would make dishes with. So we do have 2 texts. Fortunately, they're nocturnal ones, so we'll catalog those when I can. Yeah, well, I mean, that's definitely my style. Although I have heard plenty of complaints in terms of me taking my time, but the hours are kind in Hush House, so I intend to follow the spirit of the game. Okay, the Sweet Bones. How badly do I want the money? You know what? We'll still do the letters. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brankurug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. I was a little more willing to go for the money just because we are going to be using the Orchard Keeper quite a bit. All right, Connie Lee left us a card and a Bronze Spindria. So we're not going to add Connie to the writing case right away, and that's because every time we add someone to the writing case, we get an occult scrap, and I haven't found proper uses for the occult scraps yet. I guess the one thing that I should maybe take a look at is with traveling at night. Oh, heck, yeah, no, sorry. I didn't figure out where I would put Edict's Liminal in the overall ranking of things. Because if Edict's Liminal is... Actually, this is an interesting way of thinking about it. So technically, I could level up Edict's Liminal because if I'm going to do Skolakosophy either 2 through... What did I say? So Skolakosophy was going to be 5 through 9, and Nyctodromy was going to be 4 through 9. So either one of those can actually level up. I need to remember... Yeah, I need to remember those priorities because that will potentially allow me to level a few things up. So either path that I go down with these, I know that I can have more than a level 1. And that's definitely something that's going to allow me to make some more choices. So what does not bark, on the other hand, I'll probably want to, I'll probably want to put that to drums and dances or something like that. Whereas Sky Stories, that is a birdsong or Horamakastry. So that one actually has a credible claim to being like a level 1 or level 2. Although, again, if I think of it, Sky Story... Wait a minute. Right, I wasn't going to put that in Horamakastry because that didn't get me metal. So if that's going to birdsong, then that would have to become level 5. Okay. This is actually good that I'm thinking along these lines. So I'm sort of establishing some floors for certain skills, so I can actually start reading a few more of these books. Fragrant pears, soft in the hand. So I'd love to do another round of this, but anything I do to try to bring my health back is going to take that overnight, so we'll just let the rest of the day sort of play itself out. I know I'm kind of at the end of my my usual time, and I did start late, so I am going to need to think about bed, but I'm going to try and do one more day. So yeah, in terms of the priorities for tomorrow, I'm definitely going to add Traveling at Night Volume 1 to my list of things to do. So that'll allow me to use the Occult Scrap, and then I can add Connie to the list. In fact, what I'll do is So this is a definite one. Furs and Feathers. So that's either Bosk or Nyctodromy. Now, Bosk, I believe, was one that I was going to do 1 through 9, so that may not be one that I want to level up yet. Pentiments and Precursors. Birdsong or Skolakosophy, so 5 through 9 for both of those, so definitely Pentiments and Precursors can go back to that list. What does not bark, so that one we're not so sure what we're going to do with the lesson yet. I think I'm going to keep my fear in this case. Sky Stories. I think I worked this out. So yeah, Horamakastry. So I probably wasn't going to put this in Horamakastry, but I don't know for sure. So I'm going to hold off on that. And then I think we said Furs and Feathers because Bosk was going to be level 1. We're just going to keep that on the side. had some in-game wiki and notes where you could try and note the description or result that you want to remember. I mean, they did add the shelf markers, but I don't know. Like I've actually enjoyed. This is a game in terms of Cultist Simulator. I had a special notebook that I kept notes in. For this game, I actually had a tablet. I had a book, and then I had a notepad. I actually had 3 sets of notes that I kept for this. And I actually kind of like the process of doing physical notes. Now, I mean, I'll be honest, right? If players are saying, I wish I had X, it's probably better to pay attention to like players saying that they want X. But I don't know. Like for me, I'm not too sad about it, just because I think because there's already so much inside of the books and things like that, I tend to want to jot stuff down anyway, and so my tendency has definitely been to write stuff, even if they were to give me like full on notes. I mean, there is also a note app inside of Steam, but of course this game is available on more than Steam, so I don't think that would be a good excuse. But well, that's just it. Like I actually think there is a meaningful difference between writing something in a book. Like the thing is that I've attended the physical event, which is a 6th History property, but there's a live event called the Locksmith's Dream, which is run by a company called Tricuspid Limited. So it's independent of Weather Factory, who made this. But it is definitely, there was some writing that was done. So it takes place in the same universe, and it definitely has, if nothing else, it has a very, very deep understanding of the setting. And what I found really intriguing about it is that as part of the event, you get these beautiful hand-bound notebooks. But because all of the guests had cameras with them, there were a couple of guests. One of them was actually quite a talented artist, so they would draw these really intricate and very beautiful drawings inside of their notebook. But what was really interesting is that so many guests actually had these blank notebooks, despite the fact that they were given the notebook. And I mean, that's not a cheap thing. It is, it's a really interesting event, but it is a premium price. Because you get that physical stuff, and because everybody was going around with their phones and taking pictures of the different of all the different puzzles and things like that, their notebooks were actually quite bare. And one of the things I like I do have this notebook by me, and one of the things that I do like is that there is actually this physical object of my time out in Wales and some of those notes and those puzzles that I was working with. And so while it is admittedly a digital game, there is actually something kind of nice about having this physical object and the process of actually writing out and working these things. And again, don't get me wrong, I do have a spreadsheet and I do have these other things, but there is actually something kind of neat about having a physical object as a result of playing a game. And I think that might just be, to me, it's almost kind of an echo of an older period of gaming. I kind of got into gaming right around the end of this, but where some games would come with a physical map, or so I think there was an old I don't think it was a BioWare game. I think it was an Interplay game, but somebody was playing Icewind Dale, and they were explaining that the original version of Icewind Dale apparently had a fabric map. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really know whether or not that particular physical map had anything to do with the inside of the game. But in some cases, there is actually something kind of neat about having something tangible. And at least in the case of a game like this, where you're making those connections, to me at least, I actually think it's one thing I really like is the fact that you're able to build that. But again, everybody's kind of got their own mileage for these sorts of things. But to me, I think in the case of the Secret Histories games, I've actually really enjoyed the process of writing this stuff out. So let's take our occult scrap. Traveling at night. And then we can add preliminal meter. All right, knock, gate flung wide. So I should also remember what I'm going to be increasing with this. So this is Edict's Liminal. That's going to need a moth. So let's leave aside a tryst. Okay, so with that, I'm going to buy, or well, hire an orchard keeper. It is autumn. Sorry, in autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. So the tryst is left aside for the Edict's Liminal. The health will be used for the... Okay, yeah. So I know what I'm doing now. So we'll use the Vagabond's Desk for the... cataloging the Nocturnal Period book. And then I will sadly have to use the Whist for the other Nocturnal Period book, which means I'm sort of on the back foot for making money, but we'll still be able to we'll still be able to recover it. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Nocturnal Period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So, should have waited for the weather because fog is a bit of a rarity. But I don't think I have much in the way of moon or knock texts to read. The better use would probably be to try and get something like a Curious Hunch. Alright, in Cornwall, it is quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baring Gould. In this game, are we supposed to focus on an element in particular? No more than others. I mean, I am playing as the Magnate, so generally going down the Hushery path is recommended insofar as the game sort of says. So, you know, you might wish to begin your studies with the Hushery Wisdom. That is a pretty mild recommendation. I did sort of work out a path through the Tree of Wisdoms. So there's a slight adjustment to the Tree of Wisdoms here. You can sort of see these constellations, and this will be the essentially as you complete the various stories, you can follow up with the people who you talk to. So we can invite Igdistis Douglas Eason or Stanislav Schaller to talk more about the Lytirian. But essentially we spent some time this playthrough working out a path through the Tree of Wisdom. So the smallest number in terms of commitments that I've worked out is 55, which would be 1 through 9 through Horamachistry, using that to level up Ithistry, and then from you level up Ithistry, but you also level up Birdsong, both of those 5 through 9. Then you take the Bosk, you level that 1 through 9, Preservation 5 through 9, using that level up from the Bosk, and then using the Bosk, you'd also go Skolakosophy 2 through 9, and then Nyctodromy, you can go from Skolakosophy 7 through 9, and then you work backward to 4. From that 4 on Nyctodromy, you then move to 5 on Hushery up to 9, and then with Hushery, you can move up to Illumination 7 through 9. So in total, you'll commit 55 skills to that, and there's 60-something in the game. I'm doing a slightly different path to that. I believe in this case it would take 56, and that's just because I'm playing the Magnate, so it feels a little weird not to go all the way down the Hushery path. So in this case, again, Horamachistry 1 through 9, Ithistry 5 through 9, Birdsong 5 through 9, Bosk 1 through 9, Preservation 5 through 9, and then the adjustment here would be Skolakosophy 5 through 9, Nyctodromy 4 through 9, Illumination 7 through 9, and Hushery 1 through 9. Do we know what we get from these new things down the tree? Yes. Well, to a certain extent, Ever-Waiting Sleeper. So there's a couple things that you can do. So first of all, you can write a manuscript, which will sort of help whoever you decide to go a bit further down the path with. You can also just conclude it, right? You don't actually need to pursue any of these stories here. But it might be a good idea to do that because you have the Lighthouse Institute. The Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brandkrug, and established the position of the librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised, and so it is time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. Help visitors pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, which in this case would be helping them out through their paths, you can suggest that they found an organization that's a worthy successor to the Curia of the Isle. And so you have 5 roles to fill. So you've got the treasurer, which you can get Fraser Strathcoyne, Coquille Lambergibi, or Damer, or Grafin Frederica Dagmar Sophia Teresa Helena Begina von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. You then have the secretary. I'll read what each of these roles are, actually. So the treasurer would be responsible for the Institute's finances. This would be a good excuse to ask for an initial endowment, so they should be wealthy. There's the Secretary Salvant, who would lead the Institute's healing and restoration efforts. So in this case, Peter Egdistis, Isan Fekri, or Father Stanislav Jean Schaller. We have met, I believe we've actually met all 3 of them in this case. We should have them all in our records. Schaller, Egdistis, Isan. Yep. The Secretary Vigilant. The Secretary Vigilant should ensure the Institute's safety. So that's Lala Kamia, Azita Bukhara, and Lieutenant Arthur Moore, retired. Secretary Enigmatic. The Secretary Enigmatic would conceal or reveal the Institute's secrets. So that's either Serena Blackwood, Senior Corso Reverte, or Yvette Southey. And then the Secretary Nunciant. The Secretary Nunciant would communicate and negotiate with other organizations. So Madame Olympie Bichet, Dr. Ibn Aladim, or Zachary Wakefield are the candidates. And again, there are different ways that you can actually wind up shaping the Institute. So when they talk about agendas, you can move the Institute towards certain directions. And the Lighthouse Institute, I believe, has actually existed in the setting prior to House of Light, but this is a DLC very much about the founding of the Lighthouse Institute. So yep, nope. I'm kind of doing my own thing on this path. So basically, again, because I've worked out that path through the Tree of Wisdoms, what I'm doing is I'm getting as far as I can through the house without doing those commitments. And the big reason here, so I don't want to get languages from people until I have them in my record keeping, because of course, if I can invite them back to Hush House, presumably then I can just ask for a lesson. But the other thing is that if you think about the path that I'm taking here, so if it's going to be, if you think about the ones that I'm taking 1 through 9, that's basically 3, Horomachistry, Bosk, and Hushery. And in the case of Hushery, I already have Tryst and Whist, so that all I'm really doing there is extending my ability to do, I could, I guess, get the plus, but that doesn't really count for a whole lot compared to something like getting Metal, which would get me both Forge and Edge, which I don't currently have under my Elements of the Soul. But the thing is that let's say that I rush to commit things to, say, Horomachistry or Hushery. Well, then if I get Ericapean, I have one of 2 things that I'm doing. I'm either leveling up Ericapean, which doesn't really get me anything other than the fact that I can place it higher up in the tree, as opposed to leveling up, something like Quenchings and Quellings, which could be used inside of Preservation or Hushery. So essentially right now, there are some things that I can do with Elements of the Soul, but I've actually been able to make quite a bit of pay. I mean, so the previous playthrough I've done, I've completely opened the house without ever committing anything to the Tree of Wisdom. So it actually doesn't get you that much in terms of being able to advance inside of the game. So what I've been doing here is I've been trying to push out my skills as far as I can within those constraints. So if there's, if I can, right? But there's a limited number, right? Not every skill is going to be able to go into Horamakistry, and not everyone's going to be able to go into Bosk. So I think for Bosk, it's like Kernwek Henevek. For Hushery, I think you've got Erikapayan. And then Deep Mandaic, I can't remember if it's Ithistry or Horamakistry. But anyways, like there's a handful of languages that would apply for that. But again, I'm going to waste fewer, well, not waste, but I'm going to use fewer lessons learned on languages and still be able to advance up that tree if I'm patient. So in this case here, because I know anything that would commit, so like here's a good example, right? We've got Drums and Dances, or actually Drums and Dances has Bosk. Bosk was going to be a 1 through 9, so maybe I should be a little more careful on this one. So let's say, actually Quenchings and Quellings were, no, Quenchings and Quellings was going to be Hushery, so that one I'll set aside. Menascate Reflections is a good example of this, actually. So the two branches that this could potentially go down would be Illumination, which would start at 7, or Preservation, which would be 5 through 9. So in this case here, I could use up to 4 lessons learned to level this one up, and that's not going to disrupt any of my plans for moving up the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, the other thing that I would like to do is get 8 of each of the individual elements of the soul, because that would allow me to get them up to +++ for each of them. Although if there's 9 of them, hang on a second. I think there's a narrow path. There might be a narrow path to get everything to ++. Anyways, it would be nice to try and shoot as close as I can to that goal. So yeah, with that in mind, like there's a small set of things that I want to try and achieve with the particular path that I go through down the Tree of Wisdoms. I should probably just sit down one day. Either I should write a program, or I should sit down with a pencil and paper and actually work out what the quote-unquote optimal path through the Tree of Wisdoms is. But again, because some of them will only be starting at 5, some of them have the potential to be starting at 1, and because I know that languages are something that don't necessarily improve by adding lessons learned to them, being patient and giving myself as many options as possible can help me out. And again, because skills individually don't give visitors improvements in terms of being able to unlock rooms, the best that they'll do is give you a recipe to open something up. I haven't really felt the need to rush any of that. Now, Ever-Waiting Sleeper, to your question here, you didn't get any Spentria while recording the guests. Yeah, so what happens with a guest is that when you add them to the book, which I can in this case, right? Because I've already used my occult scrap as part of, or sorry, not in this one. We did that at Ambrose's desk. So we used the occult scrap to read Traveling at Night Volume 1. So in this case here, if I want, at Ava's desk, I can add the writing case, a sturdy brass-cornered writing case, which has been of service to at least 3 librarians of the house. It's actually interesting. So let's see if we can figure out so if it's Serena Blackwood, she was the 10th, so it would be, I guess that would be Gervenius Van Loren would be the 11th, and then I'm the 3rd. Huh, fun. So then we can add Connie's card here, right? New recipe here for what you might call occult correspondence, 5 seconds. While we're working on this, I'm also going to talk to the Orchard Keeper about my health. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart, scale, and nectar. But the Spentria that I got, the Bronze Spentria, is because I helped Connie Lee with the Affair of the Friars Tapestry. MCO Lee researched countermeasures at Hush House, hoping to limit any damage caused by the rite. But will they come when you do call for them? So if you add someone's address to your writing case, you get an occult scrap. And the occult scrap is a persistent memory. So I think it's the same thing that you get if you read the old newspaper as well. So I learned this the hard way, that you get a new one each time you add someone. So if you don't use the occult scrap, you kind of waste it. Although there do seem to be some opportunities here. So let's see if I can do... I don't think the... Well, I mean, I could add it as the devotion. It's kind of sucky to do, though. I was thinking if I take like an occult scrap and then the fog, and then I could try and stick something in for remembrance. Yeah, when I get my health back, we can play around with that. So we're up to 7. The really nice thing would be if I could get the Sacrament Ascite in. I don't know if this really tells me a whole lot that I didn't already know, but let's take a look. So I don't think I have any knock. So the witchworm... Oh, that's right. They do have knock. Okay. Yeah, let's at least see what's on the shelf. Okay, so we've got a Glassfinger Toxin. I can never remember... so we need metal. This I think I might actually be able to do, but let's add... Oh, hang on. No. Ah! Clockworks and Clockworks. Yeah, so that's the Gervanite. If I had an Amethyst Ampule, that would have solved that. Okay. But again, I think I can probably... Right, I keep forgetting Great Signs and Great Scars. Oh, there we go. Curious Hunch. I'd love to be able to make one of those before the end of the day. Ah, now the problem here is I don't have an Element of the Soul that I can apply. Okay, well, we'll leave that aside, but we will get my health back before too long. Okay, letters to my successor. Advice from Gervenius Van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. And this has Inks of Revelation, so that is actually a bit of a priority for me to read. However, I don't have Faust yet, so I've sort of created a little bit of a dilemma for myself there. The Kukurbit Prisoner Records, accounts by Governor Collar's private secretary of interventions and experiments in the last years of the Kukurbit prison, focusing particularly on prisoners he believes might have Carapace cross lineage. So I think that's Insects and Nectars, so that would be one that would be new for us, but again, 12 nectar is rather high for our current standards. Okay, so let's bring the Whist back. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And then we will use the sheets. We'll work alongside each other. So sheets for the health so that we can bring back the pears. And we'll get the free nectar from the kitchen bowls. Cake time! I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. So up to 4. Remembering that we need 7. So I think probably the priority here would be the Deserted Well, because getting the Deserted Well means that I can convert health into a pitcher of water. And that way I don't need to pay for the to restore the element of the soul. And then, of course, we'll move on to the Wreck Patry, the Rose Haunted Hall. Rose Haunted Hall basically gives us a place to have dinner. This tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. All right, on to the Earth sign. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So if I can, it'd be nice to try and get the Earth sign back, but not the #1 priority for the day. Better now. Okay. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So those 2 nocturnal books were kind of nice to see, but in the end, it didn't really get us anything that we could work with. So I will adjust accordingly. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So they're up to 6. At this point, it's really just a matter of giving them some pairs. Wait, it's in my inventory. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will also increase their aspects. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. I think what I might do, because we won't have that much to do by the end of the day, I think I'm going to just keep talking with the Orchard Keeper to see what memories I get. I'm slightly inclined towards keeping the fear, but I don't need to, I'm not married to it. It's easy enough for me to get that back. And the original reason for it was because I wanted to try to read The Sun's Lament, but I obviously have other things that I can work on. All right. Volume 1, Traveling at Night, Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. Olopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. So this gives us an impulse. I believe we already have that. So my impulses shelf was here. Yeah. And we did say that we were going to level up Edict's Liminal, so we'll do that right away. In this case, we can... Well, I mean, if I wanted, I could use the occult scrap, but maybe not such a good idea in this case. There is always more to learn. Improve the skill to level turn. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. I deserved a little quiet time. So, let's see if there's anything exciting I can do in the Foundry. So, we were going to take the fog. The fuel, technically, we can put in Sacrament Asite. And metal doesn't have to be metal, but... Oh, that's right, I haven't opened up the storage, so I don't actually think I have any metal that I can put in. So that's going to limit... you know what? We do have glass, though. So Deerday Lens doesn't have knock. But that's fine. So again, I don't think we're learning anything we didn't already know through preliminary meter. Okay, surgeries and exsanguinations, glassfinger toxin. So that's with the liquid. Horns and ivories, secret threshold. It wants egg. So that I think we need to wait for. Well, we might actually be able to make that in the kitchen. This one wants metal, so that's not happening. And then I think we already got Lockworks and Clock. No, that's right. Gervinite was something different. And we already knew about the Curious Hunch. Okay, so let's see if I can sneak in something for the egg. So horns and ivories. So the trick here, like the memory, I don't think the fog's going to do anything. But if I can bring in the sacrament ascite, and then I guess the egg is a requirement, so I'm short the 3. Yeah, so I was very optimistic in terms of what I'd be able to do, but the problem is, so unless I can find some kitchenware with a high level of knock, this doesn't have knock, and unfortunately the key does not count as kitchenware. Oddly enough, excuse me, no, knives are not kitchenware. Yeah, so unless I can come up with a clever way of bringing in that knock, that's not happening. But I should still see... I mean, it's a shame to waste the fog. And actually, if I was thinking, I should have done something with the Tryst, which would give me moon. But let's do a second best with what we can here. So we can add the lunar globe in this case. What do I even have that has moon? Rhyme and Remembrance does. Okay, so Midnight Mark. I'm trying to think if I have any workstations that have moon right now. Not the mirrors. I think it's the Noctonary that has the moon. I can never remember if the Barber's Chair. Yeah, Heart, Grail, and Moth. It's kind of funny. It obviously makes sense that there's a moon for the aspects that you can look through in the telescope, but on the other hand, there's something completely wild about the idea of using fog with a telescope. Now the funny thing here is I've already used the Tryst, so actually in this case I can't. So the better call is to actually just use the reading room, accept the second best. But I don't need to use a I don't need to use the lunar globe because I've got Catlink, which is good for 2. So it's not an ideal one, but I can at least take a little bit of an audit of the... Good lord, why did I think I didn't have any moon? Alright, Midnight Mark. Eigengrau. Why did I think it was... Salt Sign? I'm not over the moon with these. Have I ever played any tabletop RPGs? When I was in high school, well, actually not even high school, middle school, really. So I played a little Shadowrun. I played Dungeons and Dragons. And I played an old and very strange one called Rifts, I think. I only played like a couple sessions out of it, but it kind of seemed to have like a little bit of everything in that game. But yeah, I actually kind of wish that I could do more tabletop RPGs. But the thing is that I also feel it's kind of like discrimination against the lonely. I really don't know that many people who play tabletop RPGs. And of course, trying to coordinate everybody is a whole other question. But it's something I like quite a bit. And I actually do own a few tabletop RPG books. I've been buying up some Traveller RPG books just because I think Traveller is a really interesting setting. And I kind of have this ambition to one day do it. I will also say I did also buy The Lady Afterwards, which is sort of... It's like an RPG, but it's also sort of a bit more like a one-off, sort of almost like an Evening of Murder, if you've ever played one of those things. But it is, I think it sort of adapts the Call of Cthulhu rules into this setting. I did have a viewer who talked about how they were sort of hoping for a source book that explained a bit more about the setting, it's not what that is. I believe there is a 6th history product that is trying to make it a little bit more of a source book. But The Lady Afterwards is more just a one-off adventure set in Alexandria in this setting, which I think is a neat idea. But obviously, if you go in expecting for something to sort of say, here are the stats for the Sun and Rags, I don't think that's what they were expecting. But like, that's going to be something that I think might potentially be a source of friction in terms of what people are expecting. Traveler's a good one. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing that interests me so much, so I actually have two versions of Traveler. I have the Mongoose second edition, which definitely seems to be a much more mainstream RPG for people looking for that kind of experience. And then I have the Mark Miller Traveler, the fifth edition, which is a truly baffling set of source books. I really do not know what went into deciding where things go in that, because they'll be talking about one topic and then there will be a table on something completely unrelated. And it's fascinating because I think it's really neat to see a source book that is really about building your own, building your own science fiction game almost. Like I know it has its own setting and things like that, but it really does feel like the fifth edition of Traveler still holds to that kind of that bedrock of, if you want to tell a science fiction story, here are the tools to tell that. But yeah, the fifth edition Traveler book is one that I like. That's kind of like the Everest I want to climb. I own it, but I think if I were to try to run Traveler, I would probably do the second edition one. And to be honest, the way I'd probably do it is I know they sort of talk about the different ones, so you can kind of do like military science fiction if people are a little more combat oriented. Then there's the trading, which obviously would be interesting to me, but not necessarily just because I'm an economist doesn't mean everybody else is going to find that interesting. But I think the way I'd probably do it would be the like little bit of everything approach, right? Kind of the Heinleinian hero, where they're doing sort of high stakes negotiations in one episode, and then maybe something a little bit more, like I'm thinking sort of Starship Troopers, sort of, or Aliens, which is kind of the same thing. You can like. In terms of science fiction, that means so many, like, if you think of it, science fiction goes everywhere from like Ex Machina and Frankenstein to RoboCop to Terminator to 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like, it's a huge genre. Some people even prefer saying speculative fiction because, to a certain extent, like, it's kind of weird that fantasy and science fiction always get lumped together in the bookstores. And yet it is obviously the department for people who have like pointy ears hanging out of their pockets. Like, if you're into sci-fi, you're probably into fantasy, and vice versa. Not everyone, by the way. Prosciutto Fist definitely prefers fantasy to science fiction. But yeah, just, it's I like the fact that Traveler at a minimum permits all of those styles, and at least in terms of the Traveler rulebook, outright says, this is intended to be able to support all of these types. And in fact, if you want, they even give recommendations in terms of characters. Like, if this is the sort of thing you think you're going to be going up against, here's maybe some skills that you'd be interested in. Yeah, there's just, I mean, it's the dream, right? And we're still trying to do this dream in terms of the fact that there are projects like Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous, where, whether or not they deliver, the ambition really does seem to be to try and create this world in which just about anything can happen. And I do feel, whether explicit or not, that there is a history that can be traced back to something like Traveler. It's obviously not the first role-playing game, but I do feel that is one that has actually continued to have influences on on games, either directly or indirectly. And so I really like the idea of a role-playing game where genuinely you can do whatever you want, right? Like, the limit is your imagination. And because the genre is so rich and there's so many possibilities inside of it, I think being able to create a set of rules in which you can apply some structure to that and make sure everybody has a good time, like that to me is a very exciting idea. Anyways, Daily Daybreak, I did see I had another message. So I am playing a Warlock Wizard in a D&D game right now and beginning to suspect that your patting is child of Yog Sothoth. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is I actually got into HP Lovecraft quite late. I was doing a series of videos for The Sinking City, and unfortunately EA pulled it from their EA Play service midway through. And one of the things I was doing as part of it was... Oh, Patron, sorry. Yeah, I was wondering what you meant by patting, but maybe I was just thinking maybe D&D has moved on since I last last played. Apologies, I should have asked. But sorry, I got sidetracked. But yeah, I read the original Call of Cthulhu, read Shadow over Innsmouth. I really liked that one. I thought that was a ton of fun to read. So, oh man, Daily Daybreak. I do so many typos. It's embarrassing. Also, I remember I said I was going to stop around 3 hours, and it's been like 45 minutes. You're all very enjoyable to chat with, but I do need to try and make... Okay, so for the fog, none of the moon stuff inspired me. Let's see what my options are with knock. You know, the Amethyst Ampule actually would not be a bad thing for me to turn that into. Like, it's a little funny that I'm doing that. But I don't want to give up the Sacrament Ascite just to make a curious hunch. And, like, obviously there's the Serpentinite. But unless I find another 4 knock to play around with, which is a bit much this early in the game, I actually don't think it would be a bad idea for me to just take the Lockworks and Clockworks and the Fog and just turn that into an Amethyst Ampule. That almost seems like that would be English, Daily Daybreak. Maybe it is, but it's not nothing I'm familiar with, let's say. All right, writes the roots with the pears. Fragrant pears soft in the hand. Sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we've already got them at 7, so we will use them to open up the deserted well. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to bring back the Tryst if I can. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I'm going to bring the Tryst back just because that will allow me to bring back, to use it in the dispensary. So it is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And we're talking to the orchard keeper in this case just so that I can give myself some choices in terms of the memories. You realize upon waking you were thinking about eggs and a cup of coffee. See, once you make that connection, that makes a ton of sense, but I would never have gotten that on my own. I should get some eggs. I don't have them. I have lots of coffee, though. And a tea. A little more mint. I also should probably remember that I have a second Perinculate here, so if I want, I don't need to be so tight-fisted with my edge and scale. Okay, Solace, Peace After Trouble. I think I'm going to open up the well at this point. The well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. Thank you, Daily Break. I'm actually going to be finished in 2 minutes in game time, so not a bad time for you to go, because I don't think you're going to miss too much. You'll get to see what's behind this, and you'll get to see me make an amethyst ampule. Probably one of the less exciting things I can make with the fog, but there you have it. But thank you very much for hanging out. For those of you that are not following Daily Daybreak or Selphea, or... Sorry, I feel like I had another person who I shouted out, but why don't I remember? I'm going to feel really embarrassed. Oswin, I'm so sorry. Oswin Meow. Please consider doing so. They're very, very nice people who I think you will enjoy watching. Okay, so I brought my Trist back so that I can turn the fog into something. I'm going to just take another moment here to double check that, well actually, you know what, if it's liquid, I don't think there's much else for me to do. I could maybe like add a little bit of tea, but that's really it. I may have to add the tea actually, but... So with Preliminal Meter we get a secret threshold. That's not something I want. With the Edict's Liminal, still secret threshold, so I don't want that. Surgeries and Exsanguinations, we get an Amethyst Ampule, but I would need to add more. Horns and Ivories, it was a secret threshold, we're not interested in that. Glass Blowing and Vessel Crafting, we can get an Amethyst Ampule without any cost. And presumably the same with Lockworks and Clockworks, yeah. So, again, not the most exciting use of fog, but it's what I needed. So, fragrant pears soften the hand. So that's in prep for opening up the Wrecked Pantry and the Rose Haunted Hall. There may be other things that we want to open up as well, but this one was a priority just because I think the ability to restore elements of the soul a little more quickly would be good. Now, it did just occur to me that trying to restore the Whist here... I'm actually going to hold back on this, which feels a little funny to do, but it's because I want to wash the laundry, and if I do that too... no, you know what? I'll commit. Okay, the well. There has been a well here since the days of the Sisterhood, and superstitions have gathered around it like leaves and drifts. Its water has a healing virtue if drawn on a night of the new moon. It's ill luck to draw from it if you hear an owl. If you drip the blood of a living enemy into the well, they'll drown, and so on. Certainly when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. There's nothing else in this room, but this is a pretty big one because if we add an element of the soul with heart, so that could be core, that could be health. For us, it's only health. We can get a pitcher of water. Pitcher of water will give us 2 glasses of water, and we can use those glasses of water to restore an element of the soul in 90 seconds. So as a practical matter, we're effectively able to save ourselves the money of doing the laundry at the Sweet Bones. There's the Creeper Crowded Descent, so 8 Nectar, 8 Moon, or 8 Scale, and that brings us down to the Dawn period rooms, or we can try the Overgrown Kitchen Garden, 9 Nectar, 9 Grail. Now, 9 Nectar might actually be something that we can try and work with, so I'll see if we've got some potential there. But our main focus is going to be the Wrecked Pantry because presumably that will give us some things that we can use to make ingredients with. And obviously, I think we can't host a salon in autumn. Yeah, we can't have the picnic. It's spring or summer. But we could host it in this room, the Hall of Devotion. Bring light back to the mirrors where once Lady Ava held court. Here one might have lunch in the afternoon or supper in the evening. A good host will provide at least 1 first course, 1 main course, 1 side dish, and 1 pudding. That's not asking for much. But yeah, opening up that pantry is a bit of a priority just so I can start making some goodies. Alright, Amethyst Ampule, it has its uses, but none of them are simple and few are safe. So I'm going to put the Ampule down in the forge. Can't forget the pudding. So again, the drawback here is that we're going to be doing our laundry in the Sweet Bones, but that's going to cross over into the morning, so I'm going to be short on... I'm going to be short on... hiring the gardener. But, excuse me, it's not that hard to get them up to level 7, so I'm not too fussed about that. For tomorrow, so under books that I want to read, we don't know about Sky Stories and Furs and Feathers yet, so I'm holding off on these. Sun's Lament, Journal of Walter de Wolf, De Bellis Murorum, and Key of Night. So, given that it's predominantly edge and scale, I imagine that the Fear is still the one that I want to hold on to. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. And then we'll wait till we're done helping people read at the Sweet Bones, and then we'll pay for our dirty laundry. Alright, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, we will hire the Sweet Bones to clean my laundry. I technically don't need to do that tonight because if we're going to be using a glass of water to restore my elements of the soul, it's not as big of a deal, but I want to have the option. It's not the end of the world. I have other things that I can do with my elements of the soul. And yeah, given the fact that I'm able to open the wrecked pantry, so for that, if I recall correctly, we had 2 nectar from the Orchard Keeper, 1 from health brings them up to 3, 1 from the kitchen bowls brings them up to 4, the earth sign brings them up to 6, pear brings them up to 7, and then if we give them the dandelion wine, that brings them up to 9. So that means at the minimum we should be able to open the overgrown kitchen garden. Now what's good about that is that gives us access to vegetables, and eggs for that matter. So we'll have the pantry, which gives us a nice sort of starting collection, starting items. Sorry, not really speaking sensibly right now. And then, of course, as a nice bonus, we get the Rose Haunted Hall. You know, I don't know if it'll change the type of gathering, but I figure if we're going to be doing the cooking DLC, it's probably not a bad idea for us to open up the pantry and the garden sooner. And of course, we've still got plenty of autumn to go, so it should be pretty good for. Like, we should be able to... I don't think we're going to be able to do more than 1 a day, but I do think we are going to be able to take care of 3 days worth of work. One of those days, I imagine, we'll have a storm, and so we're probably going to want to get Mr. Kill to open up the 3rd floor of the Motley Tower, but that's something separate. And actually, because my only real priority right now is the... Yeah, my only priority is to actually open up these nectar areas. We'll see what the weather is before I wrap up for tonight. A gale. Okay, let me work that out before we say goodnight. Why do I keep losing my pencil? There we go. Okay, so if we take Mr. Kill... So he starts with 1 sky. And the Gale is worth 3, so that brings him up to 4. So Astrolabe is worth 1, which brings him up to 5. Now that's the real shame. So I could pour another cop of the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchong. I'd prefer not to. But I know at minimum I can always order that again. So what would my alternative be with this? A lot of Grail texts. So of course we know I have some text that I might want to read, but I'm not committed to here. So it's looking more and more likely. Yeah, honestly, serve appropriately. Pour out. Speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. So I'm kind of committing myself to this stuff before I wrap up. We will also still try to work with the gardener. But yeah, I don't think this is a bad way of going about it. So we have an opportunity to make it to the 3rd floor of the Motley Tower. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? With a orchard keeper... For 1 from the bowls. I probably could have taken an orchard keeper and opened that room. Well, there's nothing saying I can't do that. Something for me to think about tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Friday. So, thank you everybody for sticking with us. I'm sorry we didn't get to cake time. But I think it's almost certain that we will be there for... I think it's almost certain that we'll be at that point on Friday. So... again, the goal is definitely to open up the pantry and the garden because if nothing else, it will give me some basic materials to work with. The thing is, I don't want to just make random ingredients. I do actually want to make things that will be relevant to the guests that I want to invite. But I figure at the very least, learning a little bit about how the cooking works will allow me to, get a feel for what the commitment is. But I am, of course, excited to bring people in. And, of course, the other thing is we'll get lessons from the salon. So that may mess around a little bit with my plans for the Tree of Wisdoms. But I've got enough to sort of work with that I don't think it's going to be too big of a hardship. But, yeah, I definitely need to get some sleep. I'm already quite late as it is. But I think this was time well spent. So again, everybody, thank you very much for watching. For those of you who are looking for some more Book of Hours, that will be Friday. And that'll really be my intention, at least, is to get to a point where we're really engaging with some of the new stuff in the game. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a Cultist Simulator or a Book of Hours streamer who is online right now, so we have a few people online, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to host Revived Snow tonight, who is playing the First Descendant. Revived Snow is a Canadian broadcaster. I think they're based in Toronto. I'm pretty sure they said they're based in Toronto. They're based in Canada anyway. And they have a pretty unique channel. They do both camless but also a voiceless stream. So I've seen them do Beat Saber. I've seen them do Grand Theft Auto. But in this case, it's kind of interesting to see someone who uses text-to-speech to communicate. They do very well as far as a broadcast is concerned. You know, they've got they usually have larger viewership than me, so it's always interesting to sort of see new things on Twitch. I'm not going to be able to hang around that much just because I do need to get to bed. I have an early meeting. I always have early meetings, it feels like, but it's also a complete clown show in terms of the transport here right now. So again, thank you everybody for hanging out. I will be back Friday, and Friday we are even closer to cake time. But until then, take care.